The purpose of this hearing, which you've been invited to, is for members of the community and other organisations to present information to the panel members today in order to influence thinking. That's the general gist. Sorry. Okay. My name's Nicholas Duffin. I have been asked to act as an independent chair here today. I've been invited by Stand, and pardon? Can you hear me if I talk like that? Okay, all right, okay, I'll sit down and do this. Apologies then. All right. Yeah, so do you want me to start again? Okay, all right. So I'm Nicholas Duffin. I've been invited by Stand, the company that are managing the consultation, to act as an independent chair today. My job is to encourage those who are presenting to provide information to the panel, and to encourage the panel to extract information that will be useful in making decisions about the future of services for the area. Okay. I'm going to get the panel members to introduce themselves in just 1 second, but before I do, I need to inform you of the fire arrangements within the building so everybody is secure. There are 2 different exits if there is a fire. There's no drills planned or anything of that sort, but if we do have the alarm go off or if there is a fire, you can either exit the building through the entrance at which you came in, all right, or alternatively there is an entrance behind me through this door and out behind here, and as you come down this end you will see the signs to point you in the direction of the fire exit. Okay. So, before we talk a little bit more about the actual hearing and get people talking, can I ask the panel members to introduce themselves? If we start off with Claire.
Hello everybody, I'm Claire Hankey. I'm the Director of Communications and Partnerships for the Integrated Care Board.
Hi everyone, my name's Emily Huff. I'm the Executive Director of Strategy and Corporate Services at the Integrated Care Board.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Matthew Sweetin. I am the Executive Medical Director for the Integrated Care Board and a Consultant Geriatrician at Broomfield Hospital.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Chris Howlett. I'm the Senior Director of Estates and Facilities at Mid and South Essex Foundation Trust.
Okay, thank you. And the panel members that we have there, this panel will be sitting for our first session. There will be 2 break periods during the course of the day, and the panel makeup may alter slightly for the second session and again for the final session. But the new panel members will introduce themselves to you at that particular point in time. Okay. Before we go into get into the introductions from the contributors over on the other table at the moment, just want to thank a few people who have made written submissions. Those include Judith and Roger Bond, Lindsay Wright and Councillor Emma Stevens, who all were originally going to present but have had to step back but have provided written submissions. With regards to written submissions as well, if I can remind people that the consultation remains open until the 4th of April. So having listened to what happens today, some of you, other people watching either online or in the audience here today, may decide that there are things that you would also like to contribute, all right, submissions you'd like to contribute. You are welcome to, of course, produce written submissions of your own, which will be sent in and be part of consideration when the consultation closes. All right, just so you're aware that that is an option. And likewise with those presenting today, there's every opportunity for you to continue to refine and add information to proposals that submissions that you make. All right. Questions as well. People will want to ask questions, including people in the audience. The nature of this event is not a public meeting, which is usually where people will ask questions of the people up on a stage. All right. There have been public meetings as part of this consultation. This is a little bit of a role reversal where the panel are able to ask other people questions. But if you have questions, and I would imagine people will based on what they hear today, then you are welcome to submit those questions, all right, on the virtual views pages of the consultation website. So you can submit your questions. They will be answered and put in the public domain under what they call the FAQs, frequently asked questions. So they will be answered and you will get direct responses as well. Okay? The breaks we're going to take are going to be at 3:40 and 17:30 if we're on time. We may run a little bit late, sometimes we do, all right? But we will try and stick to that schedule. That means it's time to come over to our contributors today and get them to present to us. Bear with me 1 second while I bring up my list. This is the bit where I find I haven't got the relevant list. Can I nick that for a second? Sorry. Okay. So our first contributor today is Sarah Poole of Healthwatch Essex, who is going to talk for about 15 minutes, and then we will have a more open discussion with her. So, Sarah, would you like to start?
Thank you. There we go. Look at that. I'm Sarah Poole and I'm one of the Information and Guidance Officers at Healthwatch Essex. And we are here today to present the views and feedback that members of the public have given directly to us in various forms, mainly through Healthwatch England submissions form on their website, but also directly to us at Healthwatch Essex. Just a little bit of background in case people aren't aware of who Healthwatch Essex are. We are an independent charity which gathers and represents views about health and social care services in Essex. Our aim is to influence decision makers so that services are fit for purpose, effective and accessible, ultimately improving service user experience. We also provide an information service to help people access, understand and navigate the health and social care system. Sorry. Can we have the next slide, please? You've got the clicker. Thank you. That one there, lovely, thank you. So that's just what I've read out there. Wonderful. So Healthwatch Essex started to receive comments from members of the public regarding the proposed changes at St Peter's whilst carrying out a project in the Burnham on Crouch area. We have also had feedback via the Healthwatch England Have Your Say online submission forms. And as I mentioned, comments sent to us directly via email and also via our various ambassador groups that we run. Numerous residents that we have spoken to had concerns regarding the general access to hospital care across the Maldon and Dengie Peninsula. The general feeling is that it is already difficult for some to access Broomfield Hospital due to the distance, difficult public transport links and lack of parking at the hospital. The feeling is that moving the stroke rehabilitation beds to further away from the area was a major concern voiced. Again, the difficulties for people to travel was one of the main issues. Oh no. Got to love technology. There we go. So this was one of the comments that was sent to us. So the closure of Hospital St Peter's, Maldon, Essex. The hospital is being closed despite our district population's heading for 70,000. Services are being scattered all over Essex, making it very difficult to access healthcare. If you don't drive, you will not be able to get to the hospital. £65 for a taxi each way to get to the nearest hospital or 4 changes of buses. If you have mobility problems, you are sunk. Maternity and birthing unit has already been moved over 15 miles away and hours away by public transport. Stroke rehab 20 miles away and over 2 hours by public transport, no accessibility for disabled. 2 buses to the railway station, train, then another bus to hospital. Patients only accepted if there's room. If not, there's another hospital which is even worse to get to. The wishes of our residents are being totally ignored and our welfare trashed. Another comment very similar, our local outpatient hospital and stroke rehab maternity blood tests, etc. is being closed down. It's the only one for at least 12 miles and our local population is heading for 65,000. The rehab is now over 20 miles away and would take around 3 hours to reach by public transport. Again, the distance regarding the maternity, X-ray, dermatology, etc. St Peter's is a fantastic hospital. Repair the parts of the building which have been deliberately neglected and leave us with an accessible service. Or build the replacement hospital, which was promised before the population swelled by over 40,000. Again, another one regarding distance and the amount of new houses being built, but no hospital. Another comment, Maldon is now big enough to qualify for a small community hospital like Braintree. Broomfield is past breaking point. A good example is patients with cancer having to travel to Southend for chemo. We are talking just a nurse and an IV required. So our main summary are the residents' concerns, the continuing growth of the population, housing developments and how services will meet that need. And I think one of the most important ones, transport links to services if they are moved further away. And that is the presentation from Healthwatch Essex. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. That was nice and brief. Has anybody on the panel got to open with questions for Sarah? No? No? Okay, I was just interested, Sarah, as somebody who is from outside this area. Obviously, Healthwatch covers the whole of Essex, and in this case, we're talking Mid and South Essex that the ICB covers. Mm-hmm. The population statistics there, I mean, obviously this was very related to Maldon. How does it compare with similar-sized towns across the area and their accessibility to services? Have you got any information that does a comparative? Not immediately to hand. That is something that we could look into. Obviously, Essex is a massive county. Yeah. Healthwatch Essex does cover the majority of the county, but we don't cover Southend and Thurrock. They have their own Healthwatch services. But for us, this sort of just started to come up because we were already doing some work for a GP surgery in the Burnham area. So there was a lot of strong feeling around that anyway. And then just sort of timing-wise with the consultation for this coming up at the same time. But I suppose sort of Clacton, Harwich, and the Tendring area will probably be a comparable sort of distance. A lot of those areas have to travel into Colchester, which is sort of 45 minutes to an hour to get to a bigger hospital, especially the Harwich area. But Clacton is having a new facility being built over there at the moment. So they are hoping that obviously that will meet that need over there. But it's that geographical wide spread. We know we're a big county, and you know, I think everyone understands the pressures that everyone is under to try and meet that growing need. But when people drive to the big hospitals like Broomfield and Colchester and they get there and they have struggle parking, it all adds to extra stress of that already stressful situation if someone is unwell. But we can also understand from the estate side of things that you can't, you know, produce land if it isn't there, and finding that balance between providing that parking but also providing services is obviously very difficult as well. So it's trying, our job as well as representing the residents is also to try and explain factors that people might not always necessarily be aware of as well. Okay. And does I mean, in this area, the area that this is covering, Mid and South Essex, does Healthwatch Essex feel that the people of Maldon would be more disadvantaged than people in other areas as a consequence of proposals?
I think so, yes, especially when you look at areas like the Dengie Peninsula and Burnham on Crouch and Southminster and those sort of areas that trying to get to Rochford or Brentwood, I think was the other area where the stroke rehab beds are being moved to. That's really difficult, and by the nature of the condition, strokes generally happen in older people, so husbands or wives of people that have become ill may not drive anymore. They may not necessarily have friends or family around them who could support with being able to drive them to and from. So I think for us that's sort of our main concern, that the transport links and that geographical nature of moving something like the stroke rehab beds so much further away.
Okay, all right. Anybody consequently want to? Yeah.
Sarah, thanks so much for your clear presentation, which was really helpful. Do you think there is an understanding of the fact that there is a commitment to keep local services within the Maldon district, and the fact that stroke bed usage in rehabilitation really important? But about 1 in 5 residents within the Maldon district at the moment will need that and are using that at the moment. Do you think that was appreciated when you were going round collecting your feedback?
I don't think people really understand. I think people need to have that explained to them. And websites and the internet are very good, but only on Friday I spoke to a lady who was like, I don't use the internet, I don't use social media. I've literally just found out about this consultation. She was not aware of it at all, and it was something that she would have really liked. She can obviously still get involved, and I sent her the link to the website, and she was going to get a family member to sort of assist her with looking up. But I think especially for the older generation who might not have that accessibility to the internet, it's all well and good having the online forums, but if they're not aware of that, and people don't necessarily have the confidence to fill or to attend a meeting like this or other meetings, there's got to be other avenues for people to be able to voice their views and opinions, but also to get information back as well. Thank you.
No? Okay. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you.
That's been nicely timed. So our second contributor is Peter Blackman. Peter, would you like to introduce yourself to people? Use the lectern, yeah?
Could you start my presentation, please? Or put my first slide up? Or I can I? All right. Oh, there we are. Excellent. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm taking it that as we had to get our stuff in by 4:30 in my case on Friday afternoon, you've had a chance to look at our slides and presentation. So I'm going to follow your example of our public meetings and assume that you've read it all. So I'm going to just pull out the highlights. So I'm the spokesperson for the Southwood and Ferrers Health and Social Care Group. My name is Peter Blackman. I chair that group. Where is Southwood and Ferrers? Well, for anyone who's not sure, it's on the west edge of the Dengie Peninsula and the north bank of the River Crouch. My particular interest in this is also that I chair the East of England Major Trauma Network's Trauma East Voices, and there is a slight relevance to that, which I will come to. Southwood and Ferrers Healthcare 2000 Group was a millennium project which started in 1999 and then amalgamated with the Southwood and Ferrers Town Council, which ran care lunches up until 2016, when we amalgamated to become the Southwood and Ferrers Health and Social Care Group. And we look after the health and social care interests of the people of Southwood and Ferrers, recognising the roles of health and social care related professionals, volunteers, and the patient participation groups. You've got full details of our history, background, governance, etc. in the pack. And I must remember to do this, mustn't I? Now, which one is it? One on the right. Thank you very much. There we are. So that's me. That's us. And then, come on. Oh, there we are. Right. So, Southwood and Ferrers Health and Social Care Group and Warwick Medical School published last summer our health, welfare and social care assessment of the Dengie and Southwood and Ferrers primary care network. It was produced in conjunction with the Mid and South Essex Integrated Care System and the Mid Essex Alliance, who collaborated in what the point of the research was and the contributions. That's 6,000 plus words, possibly the most comprehensive report you'll have in the area, whose population of 45,000 is arguably the second largest users of the services in question after Maldon. Primary care network staff started to turn up for our PCN from April, and they found this extraordinarily helpful, and so the report and the mind map that I will show you next and commentary are drawn completely from our report and form the initial agenda for work of our primary care network. It identified and confirmed some key issues. There's a commentary, and that's also helpful, and I'll leave you to read that. So, some key concerns: accessibility. So on the Dengie, especially the geography, distance for services, and length of time for the arrival of things like ambulances on 999 calls and times to reach A&E are of particular concern. In Southwood and Ferrers, it's just lack of supply to meet the increasing demand for services. And for everybody, it's the distances to get to access acute services and the lack of supply to compare to demand of those. On the transport front, we're talking public transport, which is pretty absent, as our colleague from Healthwatch has already pointed out. It's very poor. There's the need for more public care and outpatient services, lack of appointments, and poor roads and poor parking. Going on from that towards this, as you know, we held a virtual consultation meeting on the 5th of March about this. It was kindly hosted by you, the NHS, and that meant that getting the recording was particularly difficult, but you've got access to it, and I can't give it to you, but you gave it to me, and hopefully you can give it to yourselves afterwards. It was an interesting evening, and our mayor was one of the contributors to that. So when we get to the consultation questions, what are the things that we propose? Well, intermediate inpatient services, both options A and B, provide for 22 intermediate care beds at the Cumberledge Intermediate Care Centre in Rochford. So that's common to both, so there's no argument about that one. And at that point, I'd point out that Billericay is pretty close to Brentwood. So when we come on to the second part, which is the stroke rehabilitation inpatient services, opinions differ. Now, this is something where we feel very strongly. You'll hear a lot of popular requests for everything to be local, and that is reflected in the consultation meeting. People want services to be close to home, and this is an expectation that comes from the history of the NHS, and it is based in 1948. And we have regularly suggested that there is a huge need for the NHS to mount an effective education and information campaign to bring the patients and public up to date with the nature of the present NHS. We, as an organisation, always recommend that you want the best healthcare and the best outcomes. And as chair of the Trauma East Voices, I speak for that. Going to Addenbrooke's is not the nearest, but it undoubtedly is the best. It saves twice as many lives, and it provides much better recoveries and quality of life, as does the Basildon Major Thoracic Centre. So it's a very technical thing, today's NHS. And if you want the best outcomes, you want it to be by the best people who are having regular experience of that. But you've got to be able to get there. And you'll know that I was passionate about this when Addenbrooke's was set up. And we have a first-class service there because you're getting traumatised friends, relatives turning up. They need a bed, they need a lounge, they need everything there. They need to be able to park without having to worry about paying a fee or getting in or finding one in an emergency. The same as if you're having a baby. So, we always recommend and support the best care and outcomes for survival and recovery, which are proved to come from maximising expertise and experience. So we want staff and specialists to be brought together in a single 50-bed stroke rehabilitation unit at Brentwood Community Hospital, as that will deliver the best outcomes. Strokes are well known as very serious emergencies. Thankfully, rehabilitation has advanced significantly, and we know the best rehabilitation is needed to deliver the best recovery standards of life and least long-term cost of health and welfare support. It's got to be matched by good transport, parking, accessibility, resources for family and friends to visit. That, you'll see, will be a regular theme of what I say in my remaining 7 minutes. An overall loss of 3 intermediate care beds is marginal, whilst that will remain well spread around Mid and South Essex. Freestanding midwifery-led birthing units, nearest or best, same thing, is about 6 births a month, a critical mass. Again, opinions differ. Again, we always want the best care and outcomes, which come from maximising expertise and experience. So we think that bringing staff and specialists at Braintree Community Hospital will deliver the best health outcomes. But that must be matched by good transport, parking, accessibility and resources for the birthing partners. The distance between Maldon and Braintree is similar to distances to such units in many other parts of the country, and we must remember that these are bookings for low-risk births with suitable pre-planning. Also, they're nearer to Broomfield if anything's going not so well. Fourth, outpatient services provided, and I have underlined and put in red cherry trees. Sorry, I've forgotten about my slides, haven't I? Oh dear, failed. Come on, catch up. You can do it. All right, okay, yeah. Cherry trees is very important and must be remembered because of the mental health services and the memory clinic services that are provided there. It's on the same site, so we mustn't lose sight of them. We mustn't stop the present services until alternatives in Maldon and the surrounds are up and running, providing at least the same numbers of appointments, and we know that we've already got a promise from the CEO that that will happen, but we just emphasise that that must happen. Central Maldon joins with the Dengie and Southwood and Ferrers in the forthcoming integrated neighbourhood team, so there is going to be another link with our PCN. Dengie and South Woodham has a 45,000 population in the peninsula and are major users. This is a one-off opportunity to bring all the locations of these services up to today's standards of compliance whilst maintaining the tremendous skill and care which has always been such a huge part of the experience of all services at St Peter's. This must be matched by good transport, parking, accessibility and patient visitor facilities for all the new locations. I'll get a medal for a penny for every time I say that. Okay, you've actually come up with some potential sites for future things, and they look as though they appear to be potentially suitable for delivery of those community services in question, except the X-ray services, which you suggest might go to Braintree, which is already fully used.
Peter, just 1 second. I think you jumped the slide. They were asking if you can bring back that slide. That's it, yeah.
All right. Okay. So yes, except the X-ray services. Which are already fully used at Braintree. This is an opportunity to bring a modern X-ray and investigative centre, a new diagnostic and treatment centre to Maldon. MSC, Mid and South Essex, ICB, has said there are bridging financial arrangements available between setting up new premises and receiving the sale proceeds of St Peter's. So part of that should be used to deliver a new X-ray and other scanning services in the Maldon area, which will help to meet the present situation of demand and waiting times, and also provide for the future. All new locations for these services must be accompanied by good transport, parking, accessibility and facilities for patients and accompanying family, friends. It's a bit of a chorus, everyone could join in, couldn't they? So, then we get to the animal, hopefully. There we are. Oh no, they've gone. Oh no, they don't want the elephant. There we are, the elephant's in the room. Okay, so we've had 25 years of consultations and planning coming to nothing. I've been on an awful lot of them. Southwood and Ferrers has been represented on many task groups about a replacement for St Peter's, but they're never finalised and delivered. We're now in the context of today's NHS, and I understand that things have changed over the years and we need to think about what works today. But St Peter's is unfit for purpose, past its sell-by date and unsafe. So, plus we've got all the forecast increases of housing developments and populations and demand that are widespread around the area, Maldon, Chelmsford, the Dengie, etc. And that also needs to be thought about at this stage. So we stand by our above recommendations about inpatient beds because their priority is best outcomes. And we stand by our above recommendations for outpatient services, which don't need specialist fixed equipment, but we plead, beg, demand, whatever you want, strongly recommend that a new diagnostic and treatment centre be planned and built immediately in Maldon or its surrounds to meet today's and forecast growth of demand in the Maldon existing catchment area, and also to help to serve South East Essex below the Crouch. This is the least that can be done to ameliorate all the past broken promises. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Peter. A lot to take on board there. Anybody got 10?
14 and a half.
Yeah, do you want to stay? You can do it on this microphone if you want, because they'll probably want to ask questions. Yeah. Questions? Anything you'd like to discuss with Peter?
Peter, thank you very much. There was a huge amount in there, and I think it's really helpful to hear from yourselves and those who live in Southwood and Ferrers. And thank you for your thoughts on the different options. I think we remain committed to thinking about what we do with outpatients, and look forward to kind of working with you. It'd be helpful to get your take perhaps on how we can do that as we move forward, and think about potential options. As you mentioned, we've highlighted a number of options. How can we work with you on that?
We'll be very happy to help with that. I think we have a good, very good understanding of our area and a reasonable one, and I'm sure in conjunction with somebody suitable from Maldon who's familiar with here as well, we can do it. As I said, I think the main thing is that wherever we go, it's probably you might well be able to provide better parking than at St Peter's at times anyway for a lot of these places, but I cannot get past and obviously you're not actually stretching the locality challenge in these places, and people are already getting used to going to a place within a primary care network area that rather than perhaps their own surgery things, and it all comes back to this specialism side. We're much better having one specialist who's really familiar with doing something rather than a few who do it occasionally and make more errors. But you've got to have the best of the transport. You've got to make that work. Now, we've had difficulties, obviously, post-COVID, during COVID, etc., with things like getting just to the Crouchvale Medical Centre in South Woodham. So we've got to find a way of getting something like the Dengie whatever it's called, I'm sorry. Sorry? DART, yes. Something like that, which has accessibility. It's no good having a 52-seater bus. We know that that contract doesn't work. It's no good having a 4-seater taxi, which hasn't got accessibility. And it's got to have the flexibility to get around, and so that people can get there and back in a reasonable time, rather than taking 2 hours by a bus to get to an appointment that gets delayed, that then means they've been out all day, and at the same time they're a carer, and somebody at home is being neglected or whatever. So it really is important. So I hope that anyone listening to this will accept that what I'm saying is we want people to get the best outcomes, but it's got to be done efficiently, and that doesn't mean that your responsibility stops at the door of that facility and service.
Okay, thank you. And any further? Yeah.
Thanks, Peter. I just wondered if I could ask a little bit more about the role of carers. I know you yourself are a carer, and there's a number of members of your group that provide care. And just wanted to get a bit more perspective on what it means for carers travelling to visit loved ones, and how you think we can mitigate some of that concern around people getting the best care but then having to travel a little bit further.
Okay, well, my classic example of this is a carer who took one of the persons they cared for to an A&E in this area, and they were the person with the injury was triaged, and it wasn't a highly urgent one, and no account was taken of the carer. By the end of the time that the person was seen, the 4 hours, that person had become extremely agitated with their conditions, and the person being cared for at home had been completely neglected, had soiled themselves, needed all sorts of things. So there's got to be a recognition of unpaid carers. We're saving you billions of pounds by what we're doing, and the least you can do is actually put something in place. The same applies. I was speaking to somebody this morning who was trying to get an appointment for a high blood pressure situation in one of the Maldon practices, and she went on patches at 1 minute to 8 and took a screenshot of it saying it'll open at 8. She then got through at 8, and they said all the appointments have gone, come back at 1 o'clock, and she took a screenshot of that, and then she went on at 1 minute to 1 and took the screenshot, and then at 1 o'clock it was saying you've got to go for 8 o'clock the following morning. That is absolute rhubarb and has got to stop. So we've got to have effective systems, and we've got to identify who it is on the other end of the call. And I can, put it on loudspeaker and wait while I go from 15 in the queue to 1, and I can do that because I can still go round and do things for my wife, etc. And then I know when I get to 2, I've got to tag on, because I know that if they answer it and I don't immediately speak, they'll cut off and go to somebody else. I don't blame them particularly, but anyway, I could have a stutter or something, so there's other things. So I think there's a big need for carers to have recognition within the system, so have their own access through some means that they're able to. Again, people were talking about older people perhaps not being so familiar with technology. Equally, I'm going tomorrow morning to the County Council's exhibition about digital services for carers, which will be very interesting, but they've got to be usable. So I think that there's got to be an understanding. You've got to have some way of identifying. We all register with our GPs. The NHS system should recognise that we're carers, or that the person's being cared for, and that needs to be taken into account with the accessibility, please. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Yeah.
Peter, thanks for your comprehensive review, which is really helpful for me, and I share your focus on best outcomes for our population, absolutely, particularly as the lead clinician for this process. I just wanted to pick up a bit on the research that you did with university as well, just to understand that. So I'm not familiar with the work myself, but it was a qualitative piece of research looking at local residents' voices about access to health services. Is that correct?
It was quantitative and qualitative. Okay. So there were 4 different questionnaires. A lot of it was in the aftermath of COVID, but we also ran a couple of workshops. It's master's level. You've got, I mean, it is 6,000 words. I would suggest that you just, if you look at the mind map and the commentary of that, you'll get, that's a pretty good executive summary of it. Given the limitations of the resource time, etc., we put out questionnaires and got surveys back. It was ethically approved. It was solid, non-directional research. So I think it was interesting because the workshops confirmed and also the points that had come up from the PCN, from the Alliance people who helped with it, and from the PPG leads, etc. Everything that came out of it was confirmed, but it's so rich. I mean, we've got those lists of the 10 most important conditions and that sort of stuff. So it's
just to confirm, one of your big learnings around transport links, particularly, and access to local services as well.
That is huge. I mean, I some of you know I was an ambulance responder for many years, and the time it took, I mean, you know, if we got a call out someone having a cardiac arrest or a heart attack anywhere on the Dengie, you know, it was a lot longer for an ambulance to turn up than it was even in South Woodham. And also finding the places out there can be, I'll never forget one that we were looking for in the fog in November in Fambridge. Yeah, that was an interesting experience. Me and the 2 ambulance people nearly had the heart attacks because it took us half an hour to find the person who actually was sadly someone who suffered from dementia and was actually asking for one of us to make her a cup of tea. That was quite a finish to it. I think that accessibility is the huge thing. The Dengie have a huge problem with transport and accessibility. And South Woodham has a huge problem with increased demand, largely since COVID. And I know that all the staff are working their socks off, but they literally can't provide any more. They're providing more appointments now than they were, etc. But it's just not enough. And I understand the constraints that you're under locally, and I wish that when I heard about the record amounts that were being spent or provided for things were actually corresponding to the demand rather than last year's figures and inflation.
Anything more? No? Okay, well, thank you very much, Peter, for that detailed contributions there and engaging in responses to the questions as well. In which case, we come on to Steve Rogers. Sorry, Steve, I didn't have any information as to whether you're just representing yourself or a group or anything.
So I'm a resident from Maldon, and I was at the initial public meeting on 9th of February. And of those 450 odd people in the hall, I've spoken to quite a few of them, and I've been in contact with various different groups of people on messages, etc., etc. And so I've come to present my analysis, which is made up of my investigation, plus what I've heard from local people. Is anyone here from Maldon on the panel?
No, I'm from actually completely out the area.
And so I seem to be the only one from Maldon, so I think it's probably a good idea I came. And I've brought, instead of a presentation, fantastic, I'm pleased to hear that. Instead of I've had enough presentations in my life to kill me a number of times over, so I've got a handout.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a bit of a theme, there will be, I'm sure, through the day. So I want to start off by really just going through some of the historic situation regarding St Peter's, etc. So the first question, are medical services necessary in Maldon? Well, in Maldon, in 2009, there was a community hospital strategic outline case, which was paid, I believe there was about £250,000 paid by yourselves to create this, this report through a number of professionals, including yourselves who are on the committee. And it came out with the answer that all of the services here, GP services, outpatients, in fact, all of the ones which are in your consultation document, were necessary within Maldon. It was also decided that a new hospital was needed, and the best and cheapest option was to develop the existing site. Despite those decisions, unfortunately, a third of the services which I've listed here have already been or are being moved out of Maldon as we speak and sit here today. If you go to the next page, continue. Braintree Community Hospital was completed in 2010. During the planning stage, Maldon was next. I've spoken to people who work at St Peter's who were on that panel deciding exactly where the stuff was going to go. Plans were drawn up and still being reviewed in 2012, and there was an NHS development brief, St Peter's Hospital, April 2012, which detailed exactly what could be done on that site. The population of Maldon district is now well in excess of the 62,500, which was outlined at that particular point in 2009. And as you've well pointed out, there are 300 appointments and 80,000 a year in St Peter's. So it's not a quiet hospital, it's a busy hospital. Further, this report points out that in 2029, which is only 5 years away, there will be 2 people aged 15 to 64 for every person over the age of 65. To me, that's a pretty shocking statistic. And it means that there will be less carers, the carers will be older, and sending someone home for community care will not be possible, as you suggested at the public meeting, because there just won't be that facility. Now, that means there will be, and there is now, and will be in the future, a need for community-based rehabilitation or intermediate care beds. If I carry on, in that same document in 2009, under the local context, there are 11 pledges and 10 service commitments from the NHS East of England. 2 of the pledges were to ensure healthcare is available to marginal groups. Well, closing St Peter's will certainly not do that. The next one was working with partners to reduce the difference in life expectation between the poorest 20% of the communities and the average. Well, I can tell you the poorest ones will not be going to hospital because it will take too long. St Peter's is strategically placed to enable access for Maldon and the rural Dengie Peninsula. Without St Peter's, drive times are impossibly long and virtually no public transport. I think you have to remember that some assets are strategic and some tactical. The NHS needs St Peter's because of its location. Unfortunately, because of time in this whole process, I felt completely under pressure to try and get information to you. And I've found a report only the other day, so unfortunately you haven't got this background information, but I found an engagement report entitled Improving Community-Based Care in Mid and South Essex, and it was done by the Mid and South Essex and Care Partnership in 2022. And it demonstrates how important community-based rehab is, and not only in St Peter's, but in the community. For example, I've taken a few quotes out of there, and you've got them in your pack. The first one says, one thing that comes out strongly when people speak about community-based rehab is the difference it provides compared to being in an acute hospital setting. People start to get their sense of self back through a more personalised level of care. I'll read another one. People are angry if they can't reach their loved ones, and for the stroke survivor themselves, to not have that connection with family or to have it limited by public transport costs or barriers, it's a determinant of health to have that connection with your family. It's part of your rehab journey, and if you feel disconnected, this won't aid your rehabilitation. And the next one, because this is particularly personal to me, and I'll explain why. The process from hospital to home was traumatic for me. Failed discharge after failed discharge, we were at a loss. They said, come and collect your loved one and then get on with it. The emotional distress of the patient and the carer is immense. The transition could be a lot smoother. A link from inpatient to outside would make a huge difference. And that's personal to me because my father had a stroke. He's 81, 82 when he had the stroke, and my mother's the same age. He was playing tennis before he had the stroke. He went into Broomfield, and my mother lived just 15 minutes away in car from Broomfield. But the stress of driving the 15 minutes to Broomfield, another 15 minutes to try and park, another 15, 20 minutes walking, and my wife will confirm this, 4,000 steps there and back to the ward. She ended up in a wheelchair. All right, now that's only 15 minutes away from the hospital. Your proposals, some people are 50 minutes by car, 3 hours by bus. And the last comment regarding the community-based care. One stakeholder working in the acute hospital described how they felt the constant need to make pragmatic decisions to free up beds. In community-based care, there is more time to support people through rehabilitation and enable them to meet their personal outcomes. And I can't stress that strong enough considering the demographic of the Dengie Peninsula and Maldon. So, why are NHS Mid and South Essex determined to reduce medical services in Maldon? Well, we've been given a number of reasons at the meeting and on the video presentation that we've been invited to watch. So the first one was to improve quality of care in specialist units. I found a report from the London College of Physicians 2020 where there are many questions as to the advantage in both quality of care and finances when closing small community hospitals. You've been provided with that. There are clear cases where fatalities increase purely due to the extended travel, both in terms of the travel time and the direct disincentive to go to hospital appointments if they have to take more than 2 hours on public transport. There's a study which, in fact, the paper from the College of Physicians quotes 109 different papers as part of its study process, but one of those papers covers the closure of 112 hospitals from 1997 to 2006 and concluded that mergers had no impact across a broad range of outcomes, including financial performance, productivity, waiting times and clinical quality. In fact, there was little evidence of any of gains as a result and was instead a reduction in clinical capacity and an increase in financial deficit. Another reason we've been told they want to close St Peter's is because of staff recruitment. You're saying that in specialist units you can recruit better staff because there are more incentives for the people to go there. I find that, staff shortages in the NHS and the community care are complex. I don't believe you can lay the shortage of staff on the NHS at the feet of St Peter's. Is St Peter's in a fit state, St Peter's is not in a fit state to accommodate service any longer? Well, that's true, and that's because there's been no investment for 32 years. I'm on page 6 of the presentation now. Another reason we were given to close it is it would cost 18 million to rectify St Peter's building, and there is no money. I have a problem with this because I don't believe money is a reason. The government has allocated 20 billion for new hospitals before 2030. In a population of 70 million, that's about £285 per person. There are around 70,000 people on the peninsula. That's 20 million which should be allocated to this community. Further, if St Peter's is sold for redevelopment, then the funds generated should come to support the medical services in Maldon District. That's been estimated at 6 million. I don't know if it's going to be possibly more than that. For over 32 years, Maldon has been plundered by the NHS, spending the money which should have been spent on St Peter's on other hospitals like Broomfield, Basildon and Southend. Further, the reduction of services in St Peter's and the adoption of NHS Plan B would generate savings of 14.1 million. They're your figures. This money should be allocated to the medical services in Maldon to invest in facilities in the future. On page 7, nothing in the consultation considers the St Peter's site other than closure. The site was given to the people of Maldon before being transferred to the NHS. It's in a prime location with a good access. It's currently 8,000 square metres. A community hospital or an NHS hub could be supported between 2,000 and 4,000 square metres. That's just my research on looking at other community buildings which are being built around the country, but you guys know better than me. The cost of building hospital facilities is around £4,000 per square metre. So a new building could be built for typically 10 to 16 million on half of the site, and the other half could be offered for redevelopment. If Maldon agreed to option B for 11 years, it could raise 14.1 million. Okay, these are the figures which are out of your consultation document. There are options, for example. Option 1, sell St Peter's site, start phase 1 of a new hospital build with the 6 million from the sale, do phases 2 and 3 as savings are released from the 14 million. Or you could sell half the site, use the funds from the 14 million to develop a small community hospital or NHS hub at the St Peter's site. I'm not saying the building has to stay. These options are long-term options, but Maldon's been waiting 32 years. The options above would require commitment from both the NHS and the government and would need to be underwritten. Further, if options 1 or 2 could provide a small increase in the number of beds for intermediate community-based care, I think this area needs a small amount of beds. There are a lot of people that cannot be put back into the community straight after being to acute ward. So it would leave, after 11 years of not doing anything, if we adopted option B, it would at least leave us with some local beds. So why would the consultation not leave services in Maldon? And I'm afraid this theme is common to a lot of people who are at that first meeting. The government's published consultation guides in 2018 to do with public consultation. NHS Mid and South Essex have not followed the guidelines in a number of areas. Section B states, consult about policies or implementation plans when the developments of the policies or plans are at a formative stage. Do not ask questions about issues on which you have already final view. There's no consideration other than closing St Peter's. The decision's been made. The stroke unit has already been closed and the options available are options A, Brentwood and Rochford, or option B, Brentford and Rochford. The decision's already been made. The birthing unit, we're told, we are consulting on one option. I'm not quite sure what a decision on one option is, but the decision's already been made. Other patient services, we're told, we need to suggest where they can be put. But we're not told, but we are now told the X-ray and hence orthopaedic and rheumatology will be in Braintree Community Hospital. You have provided some alternatives, which this gentleman showed a little while ago. I'm afraid, living in Maldon, I know a little bit more about these places. So the first one, the council offices, they already have the council, the police, 2 busy doctors' surgeries and the citizen advice. And yesterday they were putting up a new sign saying permit holders only because they can't stop everybody parking there. Then there's retail premises. Well, if anyone's been into the car park, which serves the high street, you'll realise a lot of the times you can't get parked. Then there's Wants Chase. Does anyone know where Wants Chase is? Yeah, right. It's a single lane, dead-end road with no parking other than 4 spots for the NHS staff and a school opposite, which means it's extremely difficult to get into most of the time. So, I've asked the NHS ICB to give me an example of a town where medical services have been distributed in many buildings and it worked successfully. They've not responded, and I talked to GPs and medical staff and they believe this distribution model would not work. We need a single NHS hub. So, carrying on with the deviation from the government guidelines, section C, it says, give enough information to ensure that those consulted understand the issues and can give informed responses. Include validated impact assessment of the costs and benefits of the options being considered. Nothing has been provided about what money will be available, what workspace area is required, how many staff, what parking requirements for medical services to remain in Maldon. How can we suggest alternatives without information? Nothing has been provided about the options for St Peter's site. We have been told St Peter's not suitable for beds, which I understand, but it's been offering the other services we need. And there are documents which show that there is a certain amount of money for the critical part and there is a certain amount of money for the less critical parts. But nothing's been said about that whatsoever. Residents have not been informed of the impact or extent of the almost impossible public transport access to Brentwood, Rochford and Braintree. There's been no offers of support transportation which will make access to the National Health Service available only to the privileged. You're making it so unless you've got a car, you won't go. It's wrong. Section E, consultation should last for the appropriate amount of time. I mentioned I feel under pressure all of the time, and I do, because the consultation started on the 25th of January. The first public meeting was on the 9th of February, but if you wanted to present evidence here, you had to do it by the 4th of March. So, although the NHS may be claiming 8 weeks consultation, if you wanted to provide evidence after the initial meeting, it's just 4 weeks. And by the way, Bradwell Power Station consulted for 12 weeks and provided literature to every single house. So, and the final one, section B, it says take consultation responses into account when taking policy forward. I find that a little difficult because a lot of the policy decisions have already been made. Finally, beds. I've asked the NHS and ISP to provide details explaining why option A in your bed analysis costs £2,000 over 11 years and option B saves 14.1 million over 11 years. They're both providing approximately the same number of beds. In fact, I think it's the same number of beds, just slightly different allocation. I think there's 3 more stroke and 2 rehabilitation and the other way round. They've not provided this information. I believe the reason it's not been provided is because option A requires an investment in Brentwood to create the additional 25 beds, probably in excess of 14 million. This money could be spent on Maldon. While doing this report, this Sunday afternoon I did it, I used a travel plan to check how long it would take to get from Maldon, not Bradwell or Southminster, to various hospitals by public transport. So to get to Rochford, this was about 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning. To get to Rochford, I had to take bus 332, then number 7. It'd take 189 minutes, 3 hours 9. Brentwood, I could take the bus 332, then the train, then I'd have to walk, and it would take 139 minutes, 2 hours and 19. Braintree, I could take the bus 332, the 170 and the 370, and it would take 141 minutes, 2 hours 21. Billericay, I can take the bus 332, 300, and it will take 124 minutes, 2 hours and 4 minutes. Halstead, I can take the bus 75, the X20 and the 370, and it will take 222 minutes, 3 hours and 42 minutes. Grays, I can take the bus 332, the 300, the train, C2C, and it will take 212 minutes, 3 hours 32 minutes. You're making the NHS into 2-tier. Fortunately, I've got a car, but there's a lot of people in Dengie who either haven't got a car or they can't afford the petrol or the taxi to do this. Apart from the devastating impact on the Maldon district residents when they are in need, having extraordinarily long journeys to hospital, where it is likely that loved ones can't visit, the environmental impact or carbon footprint of this decision, if 80% of the people drive, has not been considered. Finally, in a conclusion on page 11, I believe I've demonstrated on the evidence provided that there's always been and is now a requirement for strategic medical services in Maldon, e.g. a hospital or NHS hub. Further, there is money available if the NHS choose to use it to provide medical services in Maldon. The NHS is not consulting correctly and this should be stopped. The NHS must stop making decisions with no consideration or care for the needs of the Maldon district. St Peter's is a strategically important hospital for the community of the Dengie Peninsula. Community hospitals are being built in the UK. NHS Mid and South Essex just don't want to build one in Maldon, where there is clearly a need now and in the future. Over 32 years is a long enough to wait to get what clearly is needed. The 6 million site money and the 40 million savings from closing St Peter's beds should be ring-fenced and allocated for the future medical services in Maldon. Now, I was going to stop at that point because I thought I'd made my point and come to my conclusion. Then I realised, actually, you know this already. Because there was a paper on February 2024 provided in an answer to a number of questions on this consultation process, which details the St Peter's Hospital Estate Briefing, February 2024. And Section 7 says, the need to develop suitable fit-for-purpose health care facilities in Maldon has been recognised by the NHS for several years. There have been previous attempts to identify options for sites to develop a Maldon health hub, which would provide the Maldon district with modern and appropriate premises where health and wellbeing services are provided on integrated multi-agency basis, delivering collaboration between GP services, the Acute Trust, Maldon District Council, healthcare providers, organisations, social care and voluntary sectors. And even further than that, if you read further down, it talks about further developments and it says there is the option for a second phase for inpatient care and specialist services. So you agree with everything I've just said. Why is this not in here?
Okay, so we've actually gone a little bit over time with that, but I felt that
I was
what
just
you were...
using up the other time.
No, it's fine. Personally, I found there's some really interesting stuff in here, and it's quite clear you've put a lot of work into what you've contributed here and a lot of thought into it. I'm going to open up now to the panel to ask questions and talk with you further. Anybody want to start with questions? Yeah. Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, clearly a huge amount of information and time that's gone into this, so really appreciate you presenting it to us today. I was wondering if you could talk me through a little bit more about the options that you've set out on page 7. You suggest 2 options around what you would think to be included in those.
Okay, what in terms of what, the health facilities or the actual money? Because I'm not a health person. I'm just an engineer, a retired engineer who's got frustrated with this situation. Number 7. So
On page 7.
What do you want to know?
So you've suggested that if we agreed to option, in here you say if we agreed to option B, there are some options, and I'd just like to better understand what you're thinking about in terms of option 1 and option 2.
What I'm saying is that nothing in this consultation, although, in fact, I'll just pass this out, bear with me. So the document I've just handed out is what was provided to me on a question. I asked a question about what the maintenance charges were within St Peter's, and they actually offered me this document which details all of the plans which were for a brand new site. And so my suggestion is, first of all, you have in here 2 options, A and B. A clearly is 25 more beds at Broomfield, which clearly have to be paid for, because B, there's a 14 million saving. Well, that 14 million saving is the cost which the public and the people on the Dengie Peninsula will have to pay for 11 years to get that money. But I'm suggesting that maybe that's the price worth paying. Maybe we say we agree to B if that money is ring-fenced and used for new facilities within Maldon. And I'm saying that if you're going to do that, you won't necessarily be able to keep St Peter's. So you will also have a benefit from the sale of the site. That site was given to the people of Maldon, and so that money should also be added to that 14 million. That would make around 20 million, which would pay for a small community hospital on a greenfield site.
And that's the starting point.
Okay. Anybody else want to?
Where is that analysis?
There isn't any analysis on it.
Okay. Can I hold it? So, excuse me. Can I ask audience members? Yeah. I need to keep the focus of the panel on the presenter. Okay. Okay. No worries. Any next question? Yeah.
Dean, thanks for your really detailed piece here, which was really clearly presented. I wanted to explore a bit, I guess, the presumption around bed-based units, say the idea of having units, whether it's for stroke rehabilitation or for...
I mean, the acute hospitals need the specialist area, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that within Maldon, within accessible distance, there need to be a few beds for high nursing low-tech type recuperation, because there are so many older people that cannot get... My mother, I said, when my father came out of hospital, first of all, they stood him up and they said he can go out. We couldn't even walk, and he was playing tennis when he went in there. So I said, there's no way you're releasing him. So we forced him to stay in there for a little bit longer. When he came out, he was in a wheelchair. My mum couldn't do anything with him. We had to pay for carers to come in and support them. We got nothing from the hospital whatsoever. All right, now that's us. Fortunately, they're in a position where they could afford to do that. I know dozens and dozens of older couples in Maldon and the Peninsula who would not be able to do that. And we need to have a facility where at least they can come out of acute care, spend 2 or 3 days with physio, building up their morale, building up their strength to go back home. Otherwise, you're going to get into a repeat cycle.
And as an older person doctor, I completely appreciate that. I guess it's the moving, the change of thought over the years on bed-based units. So some of the quotes you do is, we started off, as you said, with lots and lots and lots of beds 20, 30 years ago. But we know the outcomes for older people particularly were not always the best, particularly long lie beds. And we know the evidence is quite poor for that now, can be something called deconditioning, more confusion, lack of, and then obviously morale. So I suppose is there an understanding, do you think, around the importance of home-based rehabilitation as well to ensure that? Because that's been a lot more focus in the last few years.
There's an understanding, but it's not possible with an older demographic in every case. And so there needs to be somewhere where they're out of your hair in terms of the acute stuff. I'm sure you're the fantastic job, and you're the first person I come to when I need support. But when you come out, you've gone into an acute. Right, there are some bits in that report which I was reading, and it was saying that one woman was left. She was in an acute ward, but she was left to wet herself because I'm sure she had the appropriate underwear, etc. But the staff in the acute ward were so busy that they felt that was the right thing to do. They didn't want to get out of her bed. They wanted to keep her there and do her bits and pieces. But that was so degrading to her that her whole mental state started to collapse. Now, in a community-based nursing environment, you can look after them for the few days they need to get out. And I'm just saying that we need a hub with everything that you're trying to, not you personally, please don't take it, but everything that ICB are trying to take away. We want to stop all that. We need to keep it in Maldon. But I do think in the long term, there will be a need for a few community beds. I'm saying that Maldon should take the hit for 11 years if you promise to put back that money that you're going to save.
I mean, I'd be interested to know whether you'd be interested in having further discussions.
Absolutely.
About the that balance of care in the community versus care in the beds, and explore that a bit further.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know Peter is committed to, was invited to have further discussions and things. Would you be interested in doing that as well? Because I think that
absolutely, yeah.
With what I've heard from
anything.
you, it might be worth everybody having a further conversation with you. There are elements that I'm aware of within what you have said that are very much open to interpretation, and I think you would benefit from hearing on a personal basis some of the dilemmas that the clinicians and others have and the states have.
I'm happy to do that if you take seriously the fact that the money I've highlighted here needs to come back to Maldon. Because every time I mention it, they say, people say, well, it's not NHS Mid-Essex, it's NHS England. Well, I'm sorry, but you report to NHS England, or whoever it is. To us, it's NHS, all right? It doesn't matter what flavour it is, it's NHS, and it's money which we're all paying for the NHS, and so that money needs to come back to Maldon, because they've been deprived for too long.
Okay. I'm going to, if you want to come in, I'll come back to you, Peter.
Thanks. Thanks very much for that, Stephen. It was a really interesting presentation, and there was a lot of sense in much of what you included within your presentation. I just wanted to pick up on one point. I'm also an engineer, so we're from a similar background. I tend to look at things from a very practical perspective. You talked about briefly about whether there were any examples of where medical services have been distributed around town, rather than in one building. And you commented that you didn't think a distributed model would work.
That's correct.
Are there any specific reasons why you think that
I've just
that
spoken to
couldn't work?
GPs and other medical staff, and they've said, instead, if you take the services which currently work together, you take them out and put them in various different buildings, then it's not going to work, because you have to share resources from time to time, and that's very, very important. And I think you'll agree, it makes it far more complicated, apart from also the fact that, please don't take this personally, you couldn't look after one building. How the hell are you going to look after 5?
So the point is really about the economy of having services co-located, so you get the efficiency of sharing resources.
You need to have those people working together, not only for the health of the workers, let alone anything else.
Yeah, okay. I would also welcome a follow-up discussion about some of the points that you've raised. So thank you.
I'm going to break with protocol a bit and bring you back in, Peter. I know you wanted to say something. Go on.
I'd just like to say that I think that this highlights the point I made about the lack of information and education of the NHS compared to 1948 and today. And I welcome the discussion, because I think if we start talking about the way virtual wards are coming in and the improvements that will come from the integrated neighbourhood team, I've been involved in these talks since probably about 2000. And I admit that each time we've looked at it, we've needed to look at a different solution to fit where the NHS was then. And we want a solution that fits where the NHS is today, not yesterday. But I hasten to add everything I said about the need for the best care.
Thank you, Peter. I'd like to compliment you, the three of you, on your presentations today and the information that you've given. And I think some constructive developments may come out of it in the further dialogue you're going to have. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule, but I'm going to call that break now, and we're going to restart, if possible, early. So we're about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. But we're going to take a time out now. I believe we've budgeted for 20 minutes, haven't we? So we'll take 20 minutes out now. Everybody can have a comfort break and try and grab drinks or whatever. And we'll resume in 20 minutes. Okay? Okay, welcome back everyone. We're about to start session 2, and we've got 2 new panel members who have joined the panel for this particular session. Debbie and Nikki, would you like to just introduce yourselves?
Yeah.
Would you like to go? Yep. Press on your button.
Thank you very much. My name is Debbie Goldsmith and I'm the Director of Midwifery for Mid and South Essex Foundation Trust.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Nikki Abbott. I'm the Interim Managing Director for Women's and Children's Services at MSC NHS Foundation Trust.
Okay, and the way that we'll be operating is exactly the same as the first session. We'll be inviting a presentation and then we'll be asking questions. For those of you who are just joining us now who weren't here earlier and when I introduced the day, just to let you know that my name's Nicholas Duffin. I'm an independent chair. I'm from completely outside of this area. I've been brought in by Stand, who are running the consultation, to act as a neutral facilitator for the day. I will occasionally ask questions as well as the panel members if I feel it's appropriate to do so. We've had submissions from people that have written submissions. They're not presenting today. Judith and Roger Bond and Lindsay Wright, who we thank for their written submissions. Anybody can make a written submission if they wish to, whilst the consultation remains open until the 4th of April, and some of you might feel that you want to do that. Likewise, as a consequence of what you hear today, you may want to send in questions as well. We're not taking questions on the floor because this is different. It's a hearing, not a public meeting. So it's a little bit of a different format, but yes, you can still send questions in, and any questions people submit will be answered online on the virtual views pages of the consultation website, so you can see what the answers are at a later date. We will be taking another break later on, which will be probably sometime between 5 and 5:30, depending on how we go time-wise during the course of today. All right. So just to remind people as well, that this event is being live broadcast. It's up on YouTube, and you will be able to see the recordings of it later if you want to go back over it at a later date. In which case, it comes to our next speaker, Councillor Paula Spenceley. Welcome, Councillor Spenceley. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Okay, so I do have a presentation. Have we got that loaded? Okay, so the evidence that I'm presenting today is on behalf of Heybridge Parish Council. I'm also a district councillor for Heybridge West, and I'm in fact the Maldon district representative on the Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee at Essex County Council. By representing Heybridge, I really want to highlight an area that needs perhaps, I know the whole district needs special consideration here, but I want to bring to your attention some particular points about Heybridge. I think there is a certain view that, Maldon's quite an affluent district, and that's not true everywhere. So Heybridge is an example of that. Probably need to go back one. Even 2, there we are. Right. It's very sensitive, I've learnt that. So, equality and accessibility to services. One of the key principles of the Integrated Care Board, as stated, is that it's to help ensure equality and access to the services that it provides. For the residents of Heybridge, as well as the residents of the district more widely, the range of proposals in this consultation would promote inequality of access. This presentation aims to examine some of the reasons why. So if we look at the deprivation and age profile for Heybridge, Heybridge West particularly shows that on one side of the ward, there are indicators of high-level deprivation in a number of different categories. This data is taken from the indices of deprivation 2015 and 2019. It is split down into LSOAs, and to explain that, they're smaller areas than wards because that enables a better view of the statistical data around deprivation. So lower layer super output area is an LSOA, and it's a geographical area designed to show data more correctly. So here are some of the deprivation data headlines for Heybridge West Ward, and this is the right-hand side of the ward where we have the greatest deprivation. Income deprivation, it's among the most deprived 20% nationally. Employment deprivation, among the most deprived 30%. Health deprivation and disability, among the most deprived 40%. Income deprivation affecting older people, among the most deprived 40%. And this is one that absolutely breaks my heart. Income deprivation affecting children, among the most deprived 20% nationally. On the other side of that particular ward, on the left-hand side, barriers to accessing services, and that includes housing and health services, transport. It is among the most deprived 20%, and there's a heavily sort of elderly population on that side of the ward, and very, very poor public transport, which I'll come to in a minute. So, connectivity to services. Heybridge, as with much of the Maldon district, suffers from poor public transport infrastructure. You know, the very famous thing that there is no train station in Maldon and Heybridge, and it is the central area of the district. Heybridge, interestingly, also has the largest single strategic development site in the whole of Maldon district, which is the North Heybridge Garden suburb. On the left side of Heybridge West, there is just one regular bus service to Chelmsford, not to Broomfield Hospital itself. You require another journey at the end of that. And it's a 2-hourly service, and I can tell you from personal experience, it's not always a 2-hourly service. The one-way fare for a taxi or cab to Broomfield is around £40. Actually, it can be more than that. I've experienced that myself recently. Braintree would be around £30 to £40 and Brentwood up to £50 just for a one-way journey. Equality of access to services. Both Mid and South Essex ICB and the Mid and South Essex Foundation Trust have those key objectives. It's not just the ICB, focusing on equity for the population they serve. Any loss of medical services to Maldon District will be in direct opposition to these key objectives with regard to Heybridge, indeed to all of the residents of Maldon District. Other services currently offered at St Peter's. This part of the consultation is vague and in fact unacceptable in my opinion and that of the parish council. The options to answer the question will undoubtedly lead to the possible misinterpretation of data. And there I'm talking about the question around the other services. You know, you're asking, is it okay, basically, to close St Peter's and put the services in and around Maldon? But there's a confusion there. There's no list provided. In fact, the list provided, as you know, was only very, very recent. There are no details about where any of those would go. What do you mean by in and around Maldon? And it turns out by the list that in and around Maldon is Braintree. Who would know that? So I don't think Braintree is really going to be an answer for people certainly living in my ward and for the rest of the Maldon district. And so it's very, very misleading. And by not putting what was meant there and what was being considered, there's a danger that introducing that list so late on in the consultation is going to lead to very difficult data to properly interpret. The consultation has been inadequate in targeting the most affected groups, including people with disabilities. We're going to come to that in a moment. The experience of Heybridge Parish Council with regard to this consultation has also been highly unsatisfactory, and I don't know if you've noticed, everybody, but there aren't many parish councils represented here today. And do you know that you didn't reach out to them? And I find that very strange, because Heybridge is one of the biggest parish councils in the district, and we have an elderly lunch club, we have clubs for mums and dads with young kids, we have all sorts of things there, all sorts of ways you could have come and engaged, and you didn't even contact us. In fact, the reason I'm here is because I was quite on board with St Peter's and what was coming to us from behind, you know, from a long time ago, because of HOSC, because of Health Overview and Scrutiny, and because of my interest in it. And in point of fact, you know, it was the contact to get me here was all from coming towards you, not you coming towards us, which I think is how it should have been. And actually, We asked, for example, for paper copies, and it took us weeks to get them. Absolutely took us weeks to get them. So it's very, very, very unsatisfactory. New GP facilities at Heybridge. I'm really looking forward to these, but I'm almost fed up of hearing about them. And the reason is, the planned new GP facility at Heybridge is not a compensation at all to the harm of these proposals for the residents of the parish. This is just a GP surgery that we're talking about. It was always planned. It's suddenly being heralded as some great achievement that somehow replaces what we've lost. I will now read a paragraph from a Maldon District Council 2010 report on the planned new health hub to justify this statement. In fact, I've got a little bit more than that. So I'll just pop my glasses on, because otherwise, when I leave them on the rest of the time, I can't see anybody else. So, this report was to Maldon District Council's. It then had a Community Services Committee. It doesn't now, but it did then. And it was an update on the community hospital, 30th of March 2010. And at paragraph 2.3, informal consultation on a Strategic Services Development Plan, SSDP, was undertaken by the then PCT in March 2005. This set out a proposed model of a community resource centre, i.e. a hospital in Maldon, with extended primary care centres in Danbury, Southwood and Ferrers, Mayland, Tollesbury, Tillingham, Southminster and Burnham-on-Crouch. In addition, there was a proposal for a new primary care centre in Heybridge. The development plan set out a timescale of 3 to 6 years to complete all the facilities, and members of the District Council supported it. So we should have had the new health hub by 2013, according to that. But it went on. In July 2016, the then Clinical Commissioning Group for Mid-Essex wrote to the then Director of Maldon District Council, and I've got that from a report which is in the public domain, thankfully. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. But it looks like it's in the public domain. So, primary community development for Central Maldon. CCG commitment, it says. The CCG remains committed to the development of an affordable primary community facility for Central Maldon to replace St Peter's Hospital. We are currently applying for funding to support further development of the outline business case and to support the development of a feasibility financial appraisal for the Blackwater surgery. We are also in the process of sourcing an experienced project manager to take the scheme forward. I'm kind of guessing they were never employed. Data shows clearly that, in fact, that access to primary care services for Maldon District, including Heybridge, have worsened since this time, and they compare badly to both the national and Essex picture. So we haven't solved anything. It's difficult to understand why it was felt that this was needed then, and it's not needed now. This is very temperamental, isn't it? Right, excuse me, I have to actually make sure that I've got the right... Right, a few words from Heybridge Parish residents. So I thought what I really must do is get to speak to some people, perhaps maybe even some, that wouldn't get to complete the consultation. Without being funny, it didn't seem that the ICB was going to do that, so I thought I'd try. So Nikki, she's a lifelong Heybridge resident and local care home worker. Been a care home worker for many years, speaking about her father. After 12 weeks of stroke rehab at St Peter's, my dad was able to eat, talk and walk. Knowing I was going to be his sole carer, I was able to visit him at the hospital daily and sit in on his physiotherapy and speech therapy sessions. This meant I could learn directly from the therapist what my dad needed, so I could continue their good work when he came home. As a care worker, she wouldn't have been able to do that with the distances that would now have to be travelled. I'm all for a specialist centre for this kind of thing. Let's just have it in Maldon, though. Abby, Real name changed to protect her identity. Direct and unchanged quote. I have a son, aged 6, who has serious disabilities. I take my boy to St Peter's a lot for speech therapy and for a few other things. I find this hard to talk about, but I have to say something because I'm scared. I'm so worried I can't sleep. We can't make ends meet as it is, and I won't be able to take him to Broomfield or the other hospitals. They're too far away. I don't have the money to run a car, and it's so hard with him on the bus because it takes so long. What will I do? Sarah, a Heybridge resident, speaking about her travel costs for crucial scans. Sarah is an older lady. I recently needed to attend an appointment at Broomfield for a DEXA bone density scan. The taxi cost me £36 each way from Heybridge. This is quite a common scam for retirees like myself, and of course I think we know that in all Mid and South Essex, Maldon district is the area that has the greatest ageing population situation, which is, I believe, expected to continue. So this one's quite important. So I'm not going to say much more about Penny than her name, Penny, but what I will say is, and not everybody in this room will know this, that she was one of the people who actually, at the very start, initiated the Save Maldon's Medical Services campaign. And she's from Heybridge, so I'm very proud of her. But she's homebound. Where is the section of the ICB consultation specifically aimed at and about accessibility? Apart from a phone number to request an alternative versions of the survey. Where are the invitations to the disabled, chronic illness, neurodivergent and special complex needs community and their carers, ensuring their many complex needs are considered and met? One person has said they are terrified, another that they will not cope with the proposed changes to medical provision. I have asked M and SEICS more than once about the focus groups they are inviting people to, and actually I've seen direct evidence of this from Penny. They've refused to tell me if one is active in my locality or online. This as a disabled person who has been homebound for 20 years with compromised physical and cognitive capacity. My lived experience is of no interest to them. I find the process and attitude discriminatory and ableist. And if you want more evidence from Penny of that, I can certainly put her in touch with you, but I believe she already is. I've just got the views of the parish councillors, so I'll quickly go through those. Views of Heybridge parish councillors. Moving any of the medical services provided at St Peter's outside the town will have a significant, indeed very serious negative impact on our residents, many of whom already suffer deprivation and or have very poor access to services. Public transport is not sufficient from Heybridge to enable easy accessibility to services if services are moved away and will worsen the current situation. No services should be removed from St Peter's until the long-promised health hub is built in the town. We as a parish council believe that the proposal of this consultation are a total departure from the previous plans and promises made to our residents over the last 30 years. We feel that the needs of our residents are being overlooked in these proposals. We urge the Mid-Essex Integrated Care Board to submit firm proposals that resolve the claimed issues at St Peter's and retain all medical services provided there within Maldon. Thank you.
Sorry to rush you a bit there. Panel members, anybody want to start with any questions for the councillor? Or any option? Yeah.
Hello. Hi. Just was interested, you talk about Heybridge west, right and left-hand side. I was just interested to what size population are we talking about in the kind of, for that? About 3,500.
Obviously, at the moment, the North Heybridge Garden suburb is under construction and will fall most of it within that ward. So you'd be looking, well, it's 1,300 homes more.
Councillor, you can press the button on the microphone in front of you and people hit.
There, sorry. Okay, so we have around, I think in that half of the ward, around 3,500 residents, and we have we have the North Heybridge Garden suburb mostly within our ward, which will be another 1,300 plus homes.
Thanks for that presentation, Councillor Spencer. I was interested about your commentary about the difficulties with access to primary care services. Do you think that the ideal solution means co-locating primary care with those services that are currently provided from the hospital, or can you see that there are other viable solutions other than having that co-located hub?
I think when you look back at what the original plans were, the idea of having these new super surgeries dotted around, the ones that I mentioned here, and the health hub at the middle was quite critical. One of the things that I recently heard at an overview and scrutiny committee from the ICB was that one of the reasons for our GP patient ratio being so poor is that doctors aren't attracted to come here. A, because of the travel probably, but also because we have some facilities which are less than ideal. And I think this plan was to try to rectify that situation a little, so that there was a cohesive care system within, medical system within Maldon and Heybridge and within that area, so linking primary care into intermediate care. I think that what's being planned here with taking that central hub out of the middle and this strange idea of scattering services into buildings that many people who live here can't envisage at all, is that it's really not going to improve that situation. And I could bet that if that happens, well, who can say what will happen in the future, but let's just say I wouldn't be surprised if 10 years' time I could be sitting here saying that those ratios are just as bad as they are now. Thank you.
You'd have to excuse me for this because I'm ignorant of the local area. And the reason I ask this is because I see the interactions between ICB, parish councils and councils, county councils in other parts of the country. So I wanted to ask, does the parish council and yourselves, do you ever get into a conversation with the county council and try and facilitate discussion around the transport services? I can see that's obviously a theme that people have frequently looked at. Yeah.
I can help. So I'm a member of the quite newly established Maldon and Heybridge bus users group, and that often meets at the parish council hall. So there is really no way that you would jump, because we're it's a three-tier system here. So you've got your parish councils, your district councils, obviously, and the county council. Really, this group has been facilitated by one of our local county councillors to try and make that communication easier, but clearly it's failing. I'll give you just a little example, which is very, very, very quick, but I was tasked with going around and looking at the condition of the bus stops in Heybridge, asking if they had timetables. Most of them didn't even have any indication which bus stop there, let alone timetables. Some of them were overgrown and we couldn't actually find them. Some people had actually given up in one place in Heybridge, waiting at a bus stop. There was a nearby place where it was easier for the driver to pick them up. We don't have a public transport system here to speak of any worth. One side of Heybridge is better served by public transport, as you saw, than the other side. I have cases where I'm regularly emailed by either elderly, more usually friends of elderly residents who are desperately worried because the one bus service we had that went into Maldon was cut quite recently, and now they're totally socially isolated. They can't even afford to get into the town. Thank you.
I have to confess it's not really my place to say this, but maybe there's a case here also for trying to facilitate conversations with the council, the county council, about solving some of these problems. Whether or not you can achieve it is another matter, but you've got to keep trying, haven't you? So, yeah, and I don't know if that's something that resonates with, panel members. Yeah, okay.
The point is, those services aren't there, and these proposals don't recognise that fact. And I think that is a major flaw in this. You know, we had somebody sitting here earlier saying, but the proviso would be there would have to be, you know, good public transport and parking, but there won't be, will there? And that's the issue. That is the issue.
I mean, it's a conversation that should be extended outside of this, but I mean, I have some experience of other places that have actually come up with unique solutions, and perhaps I could have a conversation with you later. All right. Okay, anything else that we want to... No? Okay. Have we got, is it Councillor Phil Barlow in the room? Yes. He is here. Councillor Barlow, could I ask you to come and present your evidence, if that's all right? Councillor Spenceley, you don't necessarily have to move from there if you prefer to stay, but... Yeah, okay, yeah. So, Councillor Barlow, you'll need to, if you're going to stay there, press the thing, and it should, everybody hear you.
Right. I mean, thank you for at least one of them, please. At the public meeting which we arranged. Those facilities that we did have at New Ivy Chimneys, which was a mental health hospital, and Bridge Hospital, which was a care facility, and we were promised health services when they closed, and we've never had them. I've lived here for coming up to 50 years, represented the town and the district across the years since 1989. I've also been a non-exec director of Mid-Essex Community Mental Health Trust, and then from 2002 to 6, the non-exec director of what was then Witham, Braintree and Halstead Care Trust, which dealt with primary care services and elderly services. Our chief exec, I think in around...
Sorry, Councillor, I think people are struggling to hear. Can you pull the microphone a bit closer, if that's all right?
That's right, and I'll try to be a bit louder in that case. In 2002 to 6, our then Chief Executive, Paul Zollinger-Reid, undertook a health services audit for Halstead, Braintree, Chelmsford and Maldon, which were our largest population centres, and they all had secondary care facilities. His conclusion was that we had hardly any. We had a significant deficit which needed to be redressed. When the Care Trust dissolved in 2006, our findings were sent to the Mid-Essex Primary Care Trust, which took over facilities in all of those towns. And we wrote to them more than once in the lead up to them taking over and subsequently when they came into being. We heard nothing. And I think that part of that may well have been that this was the time when walk-in centres were being devised by the then government. And if you had looked at the clinical need for each of the population centres, you would have found that the walk-in centre should have been based in Witham. The anecdotal evidence was that the deal had already been done with Sainsbury's in Chelmsford, and a walk-in centre was built as an annex to Sainsbury's. We have no corroborative evidence for that, but quite clearly rumour was rife. Because if you'd have done the clinical need assessment, that would have fulfilled a lot of the deficit that we had. And so since 2006, practically, and going back a couple of years earlier, we have had a proven, audited clinical need for secondary care services, and they have not been delivered. When we heard that St Peter's was closing and there was a consultation to enable people to make those points, there was not one in Witham. I understand that John Whittingdale got a public meeting in Maldon, but there was one in Chelmsford, bizarrely, and in Thurrock. I went to the Chelmsford meeting and made very clear that I did not think that the ICB had done their homework sufficiently to understand the potential impact on health services that would accrue to Witham in the same way as they do for Maldon. We rely on Maldon, Braintree and Broomfield very largely for secondary care services. Maldon is by far the closest, and at least we have a better bus service than you, but we have one bus that starts in the town centre and stops at the hospital. So for those people who cannot drive, Maldon is by far the easiest, the most obvious secondary care centre. When we did a little bit of canvassing ahead of our public meeting, and we spoke to 60, 65 people, over 60% of those go to Maldon Hospital for blood tests. Because even though our GP surgeries offer blood tests to some of our patients, they don't offer them to all. And so there is clearly a need for a phlebotomy service. In addition, people have gone there for X-ray, for physiotherapy, for hearing tests, and for a number of other outpatient services. And so we clearly recognise and rely on the hospital services that Maldon provides. And we're very concerned that when we went to the public meeting in Chelmsford, there was absolutely no idea whether all of those services would be re-provided and where. Our concern was also that, and I'm sure that's true of Maldon, that the critical and secondary care beds are going to move to Brentwood or Rochford. Now, if you don't go by bus, it's impossible anyway, isn't it? Yes. But a bus service to Brentwood from Witham, there isn't a direct one. The A12 is dreadful, and when I asked the question about extra parking for those whose relatives may want to visit those care beds, we didn't get a satisfactory answer. Rochford is probably even more complex for Witham people to get to than Brentwood. The maternity services, which were touched on, a number of our residents have used them, including my wife and my daughter. The fact that home births were offered there, and I think I told you the story about my daughter not quite getting the birthing pool filled before my granddaughter arrived, but nevertheless, the offer was there. And we were not convinced that, in fact, the same offers would be made if they moved to Braintree. And also, Braintree is at least 2 buses from Witham, whereas Maldon was only 1. So we had some idea of where those facilities may go, but we had no idea of where the secondary care facilities would go. And since then, I understand that a number of places have been identified in Maldon, but I think you made the point that actually, is there parking in all of those areas? And if you're coming down from Witham, actually the bus goes to the hospital. It doesn't necessarily go to those other parts of Maldon. I appreciate entirely that the people in the Dengie Peninsula will have a bigger problem, but ours is still that we've been promised secondary care facilities. Here was an opportunity for the ICB to consider whether they could actually re-provide across an area, and the responses that we've got is that no, they're not really being considered. we had a public meeting and our MP arrived, and we have one of the NHS representatives here, and we again made the point that we're really concerned that if Maldon closes, we will have fewer services available to us. We also made the point that even though Whittam is fairly well served by bus services, none of them go direct to a healthcare facility apart from Maldon. There are at least 2 buses that our residents have to get to William Julian Courtauld or the Braintree Community Hospital. And for the area that I represent, 3 buses are necessary to get to Broomfield. We have to get 1 to get into town, 1 to get to Chelmsford bus station, and then another. We have lobbied for a considerable amount of time to get a direct bus service from Whittam to Broomfield. And once First Group actually held the rail franchise and the bus franchise, and we said, have a through ticket, and they said no. We also have a difficulty in as much as for much of Mid-Essex, there are community transport facilities run by Community 360 and another organisation called Digigo. If you look at the map of Mid-Essex, you'll find that Whittam isn't in either of those maps. And so we are also denied community transport to get to health facilities. That was acknowledged by our MP last week, who said that she would seek to work with the Integrated Care Service, which is the ICB and local authorities, to see if that could be, I guess, improved. But in fact, invented would be helpful for us. The Chelmsford meeting I went to actually had the leader of Chelmsford City Council there, who acknowledged that although the ICB is there to provide health facilities, access is just as important for people, and if the transport system and other people do not make it easy, then in fact it's much more difficult when you seek to find somewhere to provide them. And so that's the basis on which I went to the public meeting, that's the basis on which we organised our own public meeting. We were not, I think, satisfied that sufficient answers were given because we had no indication that the health deficit continued to be recognised and that anyone was doing anything about it. The Member of Parliament did say that the District Council has set aside, as it has, a considerable sum of capital money, but that was 10 years ago. It might still be available, but there are no facilities for that capital sum to enable development of secondary care facilities to take place. And so I might be a little bit of an interloper, but nevertheless, the closure of St Peter's is actually going to have an adverse impact on my residents as it has on Maldon's. I better stop there, hadn't I?
Yes. Okay, thank you for that. I guess anybody got questions? No specific questions. Councillor, just one thing I would ask is that if there was a no change scenario, I'm assuming there'd still be a transport problem effectively, wouldn't there? It's not a case of
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of the question.
No, I was saying that if there was no change to the status quo with regards to services, you'd still have a transport problem, wouldn't you? No? I mean, it's still not ideal, is the point I'm getting at.
The reason that...
Please let the councillor answer.
The reason that Maldon is so attractive to my residents, it is the closest, and there is a direct bus service, and parking is not unreasonable on the hospital site. If these were transferred elsewhere, it would be a bigger transport problem.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Okay, I was a little unclear as to whether you'd insinuated there was already a problem anyway, as well as if it's changed. Okay, got clear.
If the status quo remained, then I suspect most of my residents would still use the facilities that are currently available, because unless they have to, they would not go to Braintree, and they certainly wouldn't go to Broomfield unless they really had to. And can I just also make the point that there's a computerised diagnostic centre being built one of the Braintree hospital sites, and its phlebotomy service will close whilst that is being built. And so if Maldon closes and Braintree closes, the only option we have is for blood tests at Broomfield. And who would want to go there with a hassle with the cars, with the buses and whatever, just to have a blood test?
Okay, thank you. All right. Right, so nobody else got anything that they want to ask at the moment? No? Okay. Thank you very much then, Councillor. We're moving ahead of schedule here now. So, is Nicola and Holly here at the moment? Have they arrived yet? No? Yeah? Okay. Is the one who's here put a hand up? You can see. No? Not at the moment? Okay, all right. If we can check, we'll just take a rest just for a moment and we'll see if they're here, okay? Because we are ahead of schedule, so they may not have just arrived yet, but bear with us for a moment. They're just arriving and parking a car, so they'll be with us in a moment. We're going to resume in 1 minute. Resume in 1 minute, okay? Okay, welcome back, everybody. If we could get ready and put ourselves in receive information mode. Right, so our next session and the last one of this particular third of today's proceedings is from Nicola Dallinger and Holly Fry, who are here now with us, who are going to relay some information for all our benefits and for the panel to hear about their experiences and their views. And just for your benefit, after we've relayed your information, we'll then ask questions, okay? All right?
Thank you.
So the floor is all yours.
Thank you. It's been an emotional day, so to speak, say the least. Okay. My name is Holly Fry. I am a South Woodham and Maldon resident since birth. I'm a new mum, and I'm speaking here today as a person. I'm not a number. I had the absolute privilege on the 26th of July 2023 of giving birth to my beautiful son at St Peter's Hospital under the safe and caring hands of the Maldon's own midwives, the St Peter's midwives. The rooms at St Peter's were immaculate, calm, clean, welcoming, and the perfect space to embrace the labour journey I had feared for 9 months. The facilities available were above and beyond expectation. Ali, Sarah RJ, Sophie and Jess made me feel empowered, reassured and safe. I remember their names because they became my team. After birth, the midwives monitored my son and weren't happy with his oxygen levels. After using their expert knowledge to try and resolve the situation, Broomfield insisted we were moved there and my son was put into neonatal. At St Peter's, I was given comfort, support, assistance and love as not only 3 hours ago I had birthed my son. I was blue lighted to Broomfield. Now, I've only been given 7.5 minutes to speak, so the next part is going to be brief and blunt about Broomfield. My husband was kicked out, even though we were in neonatal. We had planned to stay at St Peter's that night. It took 16 hours and 4 times of asking the staff to get the bathroom cleaned with another woman's blood in it. I felt very unsafe. I wasn't given explanations to what was happening by the midwives or consultants with my son, and we were on the time frame of giving them antibiotics. We told them, it's 9 o'clock, my son needs to go for his antibiotics now. I was left alone as I was a natural birth. I can't remember the midwives' names as I didn't really see them that much. Only obviously checking on my son. In the next room, there was an abusive man in there. He was on his phone, he was using despicable language. He was talking about threats, about the police and what happens if they catch me. He was hanging his head out the window, smoking. I did report it at the time, but apparently nothing could have been done. I was the most unsafe, alone and scared I had felt my whole pregnancy and birth journey. My 12-week scan at Broomfield, the team wouldn't wait for my husband as he couldn't find a car space before they started the scan. As a first-time mum, with the fear of the outcome of this first scan, I needed my husband by my side. Broomfield is oversubscribed, and whilst I was there, I witnessed with my own eyes, women in active labour in waiting rooms as no beds were available. I had friends having C-sections 2 weeks before my son, who was born, before he was born, that was sat on plastic chairs in a waiting room, heavily pregnant, waiting, as there were no beds available for them. I think the main issue here is management. Not scheduling rotas appropriately resulted in constantly closing a safe, fully equipped, amazing birthing unit in Maldon, as Broomfield are unable to sufficiently meet their operational needs. Send the midwife-led to St Peter's to reduce the pressure off of Broomfield. At Broomfield, I was a number, not a new mum, not even a person. I was a statistic. Braintree Community Hospital. I attended pelvic physio here. Natasha was phenomenal, gave me confidence and great exercises. It took me 1 hour and 10 minutes to get there from Maldon with horrific traffic, and my son was in the car. If anyone's been in the car with a 6-month-old for 1 hour and 10 minutes in traffic, they'll feel my pain. But sat in traffic at the time, I noticed that the old St Michael's Hospital has been sold and converted to houses and flats. And then after speaking to the receptionist, they said, yes, that used to be where we were. And then a brand spanking new hospital had been built next door. Mid-Essex deserves this here in Maldon, a community hospital to keep all our services, even the ones that have already been removed, like the birthing unit, all together in one place. You have set a precedent with this. Use your success stories and change the narrative here today. St Peter's maternity unit is also halfway stop of birthing place for women in the Dengie area. I did send over a transport doc that had some times and that on it, but I'll just pick out one. Southminster to St Peter's is 26 minutes. Southminster to Braintree is 1 hour and 10 minutes. Without traffic, that is. That's door to door. I'll just leave that there. This is causing an increase of risk of complications for mothers, and this is causing an increased risk of complications for mothers and babies. St Peter's is a place where women in the Dengie, Maldon and South Woodham area can come with exceptional staff to assist, give birth or get the expert advice that the ambulance is needed should they see complications. These midwives have really seen it all. Women choose St Peter's, they choose Maldon midwives, but you've taken this choice away and also removed the joy of birthing babies from the most capable, cohesive team of midwives. Just to clarify, I didn't know any of these midwives before walking in for my 12-week scan, my 12-week meeting at antenatal. My passion and fight comes from the experience they gave me. I'm speaking today as one mum for thousands of past, present and future mums that need this midwife-led unit here in Maldon for the whole of Mid-Essex. I've got some testimonies here printed out. I'll just pass them over to you. This was a post back in 2023 in August. Me and my husband, after going through the birth experience, we wanted to donate robes to the ward because I didn't have anything to hide for my dignity from moving from bath to bed. So we were going to donate 10 robes. We were going to get them all embroidered and everything else so they can use for future mums-to-bees to come in. They stopped us from spending our money as there was a rumour it was closing. So I went on the community for help, and I'll let you read the help that we received. Maldon, Dengie and South Woodham Ferrers, every town fall under Mid-Essex is rapidly growing with housing developments, meaning more residents needing these medical facilities. Removing vital medical services from this area is just ludicrous, as this decision will have massive consequences, causing more stress for Broomfield, as Braintree is just too far away and public transport is literally non-existent. Finally, sorry, I will carry on quick because I haven't got long left. The consultation process. removed St Peter's birthing unit before the consultation had even begun. The guidelines say nothing will change until after the end. Dates have been constantly changed and only updated secretively on Facebook. If it weren't on socials, I would never have known this was even happening. You've relied on the committed volunteers to do your PR and get it out to the community. The selection of today's speakers has been very intimidated and selective. I felt very intimidated out there, even just standing there and being rushed in. And I'm so proud of myself that I'm nearly at the end. I had Gal Cobbs hounding me on the phone whilst I was in France last week to join up with Nicola for this time. I didn't know Nicola, we individually agreed, we met up at the weekend. We were then phoned yesterday, hounded yesterday morning, that only one of us was able to speak and be heard, trying to silence us and make our time less impactful and our evidence. Manipulating stats to back your arguments. We've all been to university, we've all wrote dissertations. Enough said there. It's been an absolutely disgraceful, disorganised, secretive and underhanded consultation. This is our lives, this is our children's lives that we choose to fight for. My name is Holly Fry. I am a Southwood and Maldon resident. I am a new mum and I am not a number and I will be heard. Thank you.
Just before you start, Nicola, Holly, I'm really sorry that that you're feeling the way that you do about how this has come about. I don't think it was the intention to put you in that position and make you feel that way. Okay, I don't think people would intentionally have done it. However, it's acknowledged how you're feeling. All right. Okay. Nicola, would you like to take the floor?
Hi everyone, I'm Nicola Dallinger. I am a maternity care assistant at St Peter's Hospital. I have also been a resident of the Maldon district for my whole life. So I'd like to begin talking with a quick overview of my experiences within St Peter's so that you can gauge why I'm so passionate about its importance. To begin with, I was born there. My mum and her 8 siblings were born there. My husband was born there, as was his brother, and both my brother and sister. I have also been fortunate to have the most amazing birth of my second child there, along with postnatal stays with my first and third, as well as all my antenatal care. In addition to this, I've had x-rays, blood tests, CBT, physiotherapy and ultrasounds at this hospital. At separate points of my life, both my nans have been very well looked after as inpatients on the stroke ward too. The care they received was so much more individual and loving there than what they were at Broomfield. I and my family would not have been able to visit them half as much as we did had they been in Brentwood. We are grateful that we had the time that we did with them. Lastly, as I mentioned, I now work there too and have been there for over 3 years. Even without working there, I would be seen standing here today in support of these much needed services. However, as I do work amongst the most fantastic midwifery team, I'm going to focus my evidence today towards that. As one of the staff members who teaches expectant couples about infant feeding, and with a large portion of that being about breastfeeding, I'd like to continue that support that I and my colleagues give through to this consultation. Did you know that we have an increased amount of women we are seeing postnatally who have had a lack of support with their feeding choice? Feeling so overwhelmed by those first few days and weeks that they feel they have no other choice but to give up breastfeeding, even though the qualities of it massively benefit the mother, the baby, and even society. For example, the reduction in the risk of ovarian and breast cancers for the mother, the reduction in childhood leukemia and SIDS for babies, and even society. This saves so much money for the workforce, for the hospitals, for the NHS on the whole, because there's less sick time taken. This is just one of the many points that I bring up in my infant feeding class. It is a fact. Over time, this is impacting on the costs to the NHS. My dad has always said, if you look after the pennies, the pounds will look after themselves. This would fall into that statement, and doing something simple, such as keeping the midwife-led birthing unit at St Peter's or reinstating it, would enable so many women the breastfeeding support and success that they so desire, therefore saving the NHS millions in the long run. I'm just going to hand out a table of statistics that I prepared. So please take a look at the table of statistics I have given you. I compiled this to prove how the maternity department was indeed very much used, and that by not eliminating or manipulating statistics, we can actually get a more wholesome and true picture. So in the first column are the amount of days that St Peter's maternity was forced to be closed due to staffing levels at Broomfield. On average, over the 5 months of March to July 2023, St Peter's maternity department was closed for 8.6 days per month, with the least being 3 days and the most being in July with 19 days of closure. This was all to staff Broomfield, and more often than not, this was for numbers, not actually because the staff members were needed. Many times, midwives were called over there and were not needed to do any work at all. So they did this as well as using the on-calls to staff it, often therefore suspending home births too. So no lady now has the choice of a low-risk birth. Unfortunately, the way the Trust released information to the media, it came across as though St Peter's didn't have the staff, which is one of the many lies construed by MSE. Sometimes these closures were from 4 p.m. and other times they were from 8 p.m. Sometimes this even happened midnight shift in the early hours of the morning. Second column is the percentage of days actually open per month. And taking the above into account, the average percentage of time St Peter's maternity was open overnight was only 71.9%, which is a little over 2/3. In the third column, the average amount of births during these 5 months was 4.6. However, many women felt that the anxiety of not knowing whether St Peter's would be open or not when they were in labour forced them to make the decision to reluctantly go to Broomfield anyway, without even trying St Peter's first. This figure also does not reflect the women who the Trust forced to go over to Broomfield while in labour, misusing the ambulance service to transport them there, and all because Broomfield needed the numbers. The St Peter's midwife, who was giving fantastic labour care in the beautiful, calm and oxytocin-inducing St Peter's, was tasked with caring for the very same labourer on labour ward after a bumpy and unnecessary ambulance ride and into a bright, loud and uncaring environment. The fourth column. Compared to the days actually open, St Peter's still managed 20.9% of those days to have a birth, which, considering the hurdles faced, is actually quite the miracle. Column number 5. The problem with only using births in the statistics is that it doesn't show the true picture of the positive impact that St Peter's midwifery-led birthing unit has on women and their postnatal journeys. Unfortunately, this was the only statistic that MSE felt necessary to include in the media announcements, quietly eliminating the fact that on average 51.2 postnatal stays were had there per month, with an overall total of 256 days across the 5 months. That's 256 days where intense and compassionate care was given to women, and more often than not, the reason was for help breastfeeding or just a little bit of TLC before they went home. Unfortunately, now women have not got this service available, we're seeing an increase in readmissions, increase in feeding difficulties, infections, and an increase in jaundice with babies, with one known case of kernicterus. The argument that having less than half the postnatal beds available to women if they travel for an extra 30 plus minutes is not a valid one when responding to these statistical facts. Number 6, on average, St Peter's was used for postnatal stays at 221.8% compared to days open, meaning that St Peter's midwife-led birthing unit certainly was used and certainly would be used if it is open. This is more than 2 postnatal stays per night open, meaning St Peter's is making a positive impact in 4 lives a night, 2 women and 2 babies. Number 7. One of the most shocking statistics that once again MSC eliminated from their public information is that of the women and their babies who were sent home prematurely and against their wishes due to Broomfield taking the staff from St Peter's and therefore resulting in the closure of the unit. Women who needed more care, more support and more time, none of which could be offered at Broomfield because of the lack of beds there and the lack of time that the staff were able to give them. A total of 29 women and their babies were sent home against their wishes and before they were ready, and that's just the ones in those 5 months. Number 8, the average percentage of women being unfairly discharged is 15.9% per month. That's 15.9% of times that MSC has failed its patients. Finally, the last lie that was publicly announced by the MSC was that the practice at St Peter's was unsafe when compared to the likes of WJC and Broomfield, which is a very unfair, very insulting and very wrong thing to state, as well as that WJC's maternity was allegedly built for purpose, when in fact that is also incorrect. It is clear to myself, my colleagues and my fellow residents of the Maldon district that the Trust wants to pass the closing of this hospital and its services for no other reason than to line the pockets of those at the top. Manipulating data to suit them, trying to sneak the consultation through without much promotion and giving weak reasons that change with the wind as to why it ought to go. There is no doubt in my mind that Maldon District needs all of the services it offers, but to have unlawfully closed the maternity department without consultation is indeed a huge misservice to thousands of people. Again, a further lie that was transcribed by the MSC that the closure of maternity was temporary and just for the winter, giving massive but false hopes to hundreds of women.
Thank you, Nicola. Are you two okay with taking questions? You okay? Yeah? Last questions?
Yeah, thank you. I haven't got a question as such, but it's nice to see you again, Nicola. We did meet before. Sorry? Yeah. So we did. So we did meet before, didn't we, in another consultation meeting? So it's really nice to see you again. And I'm sorry to hear that you had such a difficult time when you were transferred over to Broomfield. There's always a reason why we transfer the care out, but to hear your story is very, very emotive, and I wanted to apologise that you had such a difficult time.
Well, thanks for the apology, but at the same time, I'm making it aware because how many other women has this happened to that aren't speaking up?
Hello. Do you mind if I let the panel have a go? No, it's all right. What I was going to say is if you've got anything that you think is useful information of experience and your family's experience, do put it in writing, all right? It's important that it comes in writing as well, all right? Okay? All right. Anyway, folks, let proceedings please let us keep going. Okay. Anybody got questions?
Yeah. Hi, Holly. Just interested in where you gathered these statistics from?
Hi there. I gathered from our own staff records of when we were closed. We day text every night that we were closed, so you'll also find the records on all the day texts, and obviously against the patients that were sent over or sent home that were affected as well. So those statistics are available.
Sorry, just to clarify, I'm Holly and this is Nicola. Just to clear that up.
So obviously, Nicola, we know each other quite well. We have met in the consultation process, but I think you've made some really strong issues, or you've raised some strong issues. So if we could meet outside of this, I'd really appreciate that. If you're happy to do that.
Yes, I'm happy to.
In a
as we've got
supportive
some
way.
third parties there as well.
Of course.
Yeah, awesome.
Any more questions from panel members? No? Okay. In which case, let me just check my schedule here. We're just past 5 o'clock, so we're well ahead of schedule. Councillor Emma Stevens, I think we've got sufficient time. If we delay the next break by a few minutes, I think we've got time to let you come and take part now if you wish to do so. Yeah? Just for the benefit of everybody here, because we're ahead of schedule at the moment, and we seem to be quite well ahead of schedule, Councillor Emma Stevens asked if she could also present. She had tried to, but was too late at the time because the slots had filled up. But being ahead of schedule, we're going to invite her to come and present back to the panel as well. Okay? So an extra one for today. Councillor? Yep. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm just going to say, yeah, I mean, you're welcome to stay there for now if you want to, or leave if you want, or join the audience, whichever you fancy doing. Yes, please. Yeah. Okay, so if we can allow Councillor Stevens to start. Okay, Councillor, your floor.
Thank you. Is that switched on? I don't need to touch anything, no. Okay, so my name's Emma Stevens and I'm the Maldon District Councillor for Tolsbury. For those who don't know it, Tolsbury is a village on the peninsula in the Blackwater to the east of Maldon town. Tolsbury residents are already 10 miles and half an hour from St Peter's Hospital by car or bus. That's before you take into account the distances from St Peter's to Braintree or Brentwood, which plenty of people have spoken of today. For much of what I'm just about to present, I will use Tolsbury as my example, but the facts apply to most of the villages in Maldon District, and it's the district I speak for, not just Tolsbury. I'm going to cover 5 aspects of the proposal. First, the 3 sections that you have, which is the outpatients, the stroke rehab and the birthing unit. I want to say a few words about the consultation survey and the process and the ultimate cause of this situation and what seems to me its obvious solution. So looking at outpatient proposals, I'm broadly in favour of an outpatients being located in any suitable single site, provided it remains within Maldon town. But the consultation refers to outpatient services as being relocated in and around Maldon, which wasn't at all clear where that meant when people have filled in the survey. So I don't know if that was meant to mean Maldon town or Maldon district. And this latest announcement that says 3 of the sites being considered are in Southwood and Ferrers, Braintree and Burnham, well, none of those is in or around Maldon, never mind Maldon town. So that's just, it shows the consultation up as being untrue. If outpatient clinics are scattered, I think it will be far harder to manage staff, and it will probably require more staff, more reception staff, for example. If outpatient clinics were scattered all over the town today, I think you'd want to build a new hospital to centralise them, so separating them feels like a backward step. It's also much easier for you to quietly drop a service when they're scattered all over, We'd all notice if you close a hospital, but people might not notice so much if one service is quietly dropped. So within perhaps, 15 years, as leases on various sites expire, Maldon could suddenly find it hasn't actually got any outpatient clinics left here at all. On stroke rehab, I'll move on to the second section. I'm not in favour of moving stroke rehab beds away from Maldon because of the distance and journey times. It's 34 miles from Tolsbury to Brentwood and just 10 to Maldon. Looking at climate change, I think somebody did mention this earlier, the NHS states in one of its documents, which I can find and submit when I send this in, for emissions we can influence, we will reach net zero by 2045 with an ambition to reach an 80% reduction by 2036 to 2039. Well, tripling people's journey distances to hospital just doesn't match that statement, does it? Moving on to stroke rehab patients and their families, it's likely that many people could not visit their loved one in Brentwood every day from Tolsbury. Picture, if you will, a man who's had a stroke and is now in rehab at Brentwood. Let's say his wife has never driven, or as she's got older, she's stopped driving, or perhaps she now only drives local familiar routes. She certainly doesn't do the A12. I know a lot of women in Tolsbury who fit this profile, and this will be replicated across all the small villages in the district. So now Our Lady must travel to Brentwood by public transport to visit her husband. If she were travelling just to St Peter's, it's one bus ride and it takes half an hour. To Brentwood, it's an hour and a quarter each way. She must get the bus to Witham and then a train to Shenfield and then a bus to Brentwood Hospital. Now, if the lady's a pensioner, the bus is free, but the off-peak train fare is £16.80 a day, if I have interpreted Anglia Rail's website correctly, which was a challenge in itself, but I think it's £16.80 a day. So that's almost exactly £100 a week, because you can't do Sundays because there's no buses in Tolsbury. If the lady's not yet the age of 66, then she must also pay the bus fare. We all know that's only £2 at the moment, but for a start that won't last. But more importantly, that's £2 per bus. So you've got to go from Tolsbury to Witham and then from Shenfield Station to Brentwood Hospital. That's 2 buses and the same coming back again. So 4 buses, it's another £8. So another £48 a week. Buses and trains together, £148.80 a week. That's money most of us just don't have sitting about waiting to have to go visit someone in hospital. And compare that with the £24 a week it would cost to get to St Peter's by bus, or that would simply be free for a pensioner with a bus pass. And the train can be cheaper if you have a senior rail card, but if my resident and her husband have a 2 together rail card, you can't use that to travel on your own. I've said already that there are no buses on Sundays in Tolsbury. Now, of course, that's true for getting to St Peter's as well, but actually, from a community like Tolsbury, you're very likely to get a lift to St Peter's. Sooner or later, it would be round the village. Oh, so-and-so needs to get to St Peter's every day. There's always someone going to St Peter's. The person would probably get a lift from the community. That's not going to happen to Brentwood. Much too far, and it's not on anyone's way to anywhere. So let's say that my lady can only afford to visit her husband perhaps twice a week, I don't know. So that's not just going to impact her and your patient. The staff in a busy hospital ward rely on visitors to help patients to feed, to take patients outside for some fresh air, to take laundry home. I've requested evidence from the NHS on the impacts of a stroke rehab patient on the impacts on a stroke rehab patient of their spouse being unable to visit every day, but I've had no response. So today's about evidence, and I've asked for some evidence, and I haven't got it. I don't think it's for me to find that evidence. I think it's for the NHS to provide that evidence, and I don't think the NHS has it. So we have adverse impacts on both the patient and their visitor in terms of time, money, and I think recuperation. It just doesn't seem to have been thought through. Moving on to the birthing unit. I am not in favour of moving the standalone midwife-led birthing unit away from Maldon town because of the distance and journey times. It's 19 miles to WJC from Tolsbury, just 10 to St Peter's. Now, it's likely that most people travel by private transport when they're in labour, but it is only 30 minutes by bus from Tollsbury to St Peter's. So, given that the unit's for non-complex births, going by bus might be okay for some women, but to WJC it's over 2 hours by bus, and it's 3 buses. I don't think many women in labour, even for a non-complex, I just don't think they would contemplate that. So most people will have to travel by private car. Google says it's up to an hour. My experience at busy times in the rush, it's over an hour from Tollsbury to WJC. To St Peter's, half an hour. To be in labour within the confines of a car can really be like torture. I'm speaking from experience. But the NHS is making this journey last at least twice as long for women in this district. This is a retrograde step. It's disadvantaging rural women. I wanted to know if the East of England Ambulance Service will take such women who are in labour to WJC. Well, for weeks their website's been out of action for all but the most basic details, but 3 other ambulance service websites that I looked at say, normal labour is not an emergency, therefore it is not appropriate to call an ambulance for transport to the hospital. Should you call 999, you could be told to make your own way to the hospital. So I ask if there will be any special arrangements by the ambulance service for women in labour in the Maldon district. I think I know the answer to that, but it's a question. At one of your presentations, I think you mentioned offering more home births. So again, a question, has that started? Today is about evidence, so I'd like to know that. And I don't quite understand how you could be offering more home births if actually you need to take midwives to another unit. I've also requested evidence from the NHS about the impacts on a safe birth of being in labour in a car for over an hour. Are the outcomes worsened by journey length? And again, I've had no reply yet. So those are your 3 proposals, and then I'd just like to look briefly at the survey itself and my conclusions. The online survey is amazingly hard to find. I know it's got easier as Google's algorithms have sort of, cottoned on to where it is. It has got easier, but it has been very hard to find. And people have said to me, I had a look and I couldn't find it. So I really wonder if you've actually got as many people responding as might have done if they'd been able to get hold of it. If you do find it, it still says it closes on the 21st of March, but I understand it's been extended to April. So I think if I looked at it today, I'd think, I just haven't got time for that, put it away. I don't understand why that date hasn't been updated. On the paper surveys, I find repeatedly that residents may have digital access, but they only use it if they absolutely must, if there's no other option. I sit at my computer all the time. It's sort of like an extension of me. That's absolutely not the case for many people. So clearly filling in a survey is not mandatory. So it's just not something that they'll do. They want to have it on paper. And of course, some people don't have any digital access. Not about a choice, they just don't have the digital access. Ofcom figures show 6% of people are completely digitally excluded. And it's a higher percentage than that amongst older people. And of course, it's older people that predominantly use hospitals more. But despite this, paper surveys, as far as I'm aware, were not provided automatically to GP surgeries. They were put in libraries, but rural villages like Tollsbury don't have libraries. They weren't put in cafes, village halls, clubs, schools. I don't think there's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's been any effort to get piles of paper surveys out there and banners and to draw attention to it. I'm still meeting people that don't know anything about this. So I've done that bit for you in Tollsbury. I've put them out in cafes and put it on Facebook and all that stuff. And maybe other members have done the same. I'm sure they have. But it's patchy. And there's no return address on the paper surveys, as somebody pointed out to me. So that I was a bit taken aback to discover that. The second set I received had got reply envelopes with them, but no return address on there. So I just don't know how you can rely on any of the survey results. For the stroke rehab choice, you've given people two unwanted choices. If they pick the lesser of two evils, it will allow you to say most people preferred option A or option B. But that's only because you haven't asked people what they would actually choose, which for Maldon District residents would certainly be keep it in Maldon. And for the birthing unit choice, well, I think someone said earlier, there's only one option, so that's not a consultation, it's in the bag, which it should not be. So the ultimate cause of this solution, the prompt for all this, is an abject failure to maintain St Peter's Hospital buildings. The situation we're in has not been driven by any strategy or policy or aim. It's just because patients will benefit. It's not because patients will benefit in the slightest from being treated in other towns. It's just a desperate last-ditch reaction to old lifts, old sewers, old floors. The situation hasn't suddenly arisen through some terrible, unforeseen disaster. It's come about inevitably, entirely predictably, from always putting the needs of Maldon District residents last. And that's not good enough. I say you need to go back to the Department of Health, have the courage to demand enough money to deliver appropriate healthcare in appropriate accommodation to Maldon District residents. Thank you.
Councillor, thank you for that. Just before we go to questions, I just checked on you were saying about the response level to the surveys and things. So I asked the question. My understanding is there's over 3,000 responses online at the moment, and they don't know the exact number of paper, but there's a lot of paper copy responses as well. The distribution of them have mainly been through libraries, campaign groups and others, but I'm sure they'll be very interested in what they've heard from you and trying to improve that in the last part of the consultation. Okay. All right. So, any questions from anybody for the councillor? Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Thank you for your submission. I was just wondering, was it clear that the options that were put up earlier around potential locations were what we've heard so far through the consultation? They weren't predetermined options that the ICB were considering. So I just wanted to understand whether that was clear enough that they were what we've heard through the consultation.
The big button, the one I didn't notice. Yes, I think I understood that those were ideas that have come to light or that through conversations you've been having have become apparent. I don't know whether other people would have realised that. But the shocking bit to me is that you're even considering Southwood and Ferrers, Burnham and Braintree as being around Maldon, because they're not.
Just as a matter of clarity, because you're not the first person to have raised this today, I was looking through the consultation document, and you mentioned about the two options with regards to the services that are under consultation, and then there's also the in and around extra services that what do we do with them in and around Maldon. It is a little bit confusing on the basis that, essentially speaking, the first two elements are things that are being consulted on. The other services, it's a suggestions invitation, and perhaps they don't sit together. And I realise why people are very confused about that format. Yeah. But I think that what you need to do is to, and I mean, it's all fine for us in this particular room and me talking about this, but obviously the general public won't be aware of it, except for people watching what we're doing today, is that if they're unclear as to the purpose, ask the question, get some clarity, and then it makes it easier to respond. And it is a bit confusing. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, this is what I'm just, yeah, I know what is on there. It is a public consultation, and there are firm proposals for some of the sections that they want you to make response to as firm proposals, and then there's becoming what sounds like, from what you people have been saying, a bit of misinterpretation as to what they mean by the other services and how can they be accommodated in and around Maldon.
If the Burnham consultation actually raised several of those areas as already under consideration. So I'm sorry, they were being talked about.
Yeah, but okay, all right. I get, and I think that there needs to be some clarity given to you about that, possibly. And I'm going to suggest that that may be something to be looked at. So,
Have you had any legal advice on the way this consultation been held? Because there'll be an administrative review of how this has been done. You've got all the information, we have none, and you drip feed it. And there's no difficulty with posting stuff to residents in Maldon. Every householder in Maldon is interested in this. What's the problem? Instead of producing a glitzy brochure, just produce the questionnaire. What do you want? The question isn't, the question that you put is, here are 4 or 2 predetermined questions that other people have looked at that suits you. This is not what do the people in Maldon have now, and what do they need now, what do they want to keep, and do they need going forward in the developing environment that we have, that have been summarised at every consultation that I've been to. Are you listening?
yeah, and I understand the feeling.
You don't.
No, I do. I do. So,
You need to start again.
no, okay, all right. Then I think that they're listening. This is the point here. This is about listening. So I'm sure that will be taken into consideration. Okay.
We've submitted this evidence electronically, but may I just give you one piece of evidence which might just have some clarity here about what is being said to you, what's actually been given to the staff?
Okay, and you've already put that in electronically?
We are speaking very shortly, but
Yeah.
I think if you just read this will actually, from the point of view...
From me or the panel?
For the panel.
Okay.
Just read this.
All right. Well, if you want to bring it over then, because we're going to take a break now anyway, and then after the break, obviously, it can be part of what you talk about. All right? Thank you. All right. So, ladies and gents, we're going to take a break now, and the next session will be starting. The next session will be starting at 10 to 6. So we've got quite a long break at the moment. Okay? Right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to be starting our final session, as you can see, the panel has changed again. We've got some new members of the panel suited to the presenters and what we're going to be hearing for the last part of it. If I'd introduce Dr. Pete Scolding and Dr. Ramanathan Kithivasan. Sorry. Okay. I don't know if you want to just say hi and introduce yourselves properly to people.
Yep, so I'm Pete. I'm an acute medical doctor by background, and I've been one of the clinical leads working on the proposals for the consultation.
I'm Kirthi. My full name is Kirthi Vasan. I'm a clinician by background. I'm a stroke consultant at Broomfield Hospital and a lead for strokes across Mid and South Essex.
Okay, we've got quite a few new people in the audience now as well, so I'm just going to start over the sort of what we call the housekeeping elements again for people. And just to introduce myself for those who've just come online or are new to the room. I'm Nicholas Duffin. I'm an independent chair who's been brought in by Stand, who are managing the consultation. I come from the north of England, so I'm just here basically for this particular event. Just some housekeeping on fire exits and things for those of you who are here in the audience. There are two ways out in the event that there is a fire alarm. There's nothing planned in the way of fire alarms, tests. The main entrance is one option, and behind me here, through this door, or that door, and out through the door at the back behind us, you'll see the green postings towards another fire exit if that's absolutely necessary. Okay? Once again, just to thank the submissions that were sent in by Roger and Judith Bond and Lindsay Wright, who did want to come here today, but sent written submissions instead. A reminder for the people who are here and taking part that this is being filmed, recorded, and is being broadcast live on YouTube, and we've got an audience for that as well. If you have questions that arise because of what you're hearing today, and you want further information, you can submit those questions and they'll be published on the virtual view pages of the consultation website. Okay? And if you want to write your own written submissions, a broader piece of information that you think needs to be considered, you can do that and send that in on a written basis if you wish to do so. Okay? And just a reminder that the consultation is open until the 4th of April. It was put back by 2 weeks, the close, so there's still plenty of time to submit new information if you wish to do so. All right? So, in that case, without further ado, we're going to come on to our final submitters of information, and I'd like to introduce Veronica Sadowski of Carers First. Veronica, the floor is yours.
Do you mind if I sit, or do you prefer me to stand?
No, whatever you're comfortable with. Just bring the microphone close to you so that everybody picks it up, okay?
We're going to play with the technology, so it'll probably go wrong as it's me. So, good evening, everyone. My name, as you've heard, is Veronica Sadowski. Currently, I'm a manager within a charity called Carers First. And our mission is to support unpaid carers. So I've come along this evening because, whilst quite rightly, a lot of the focus of the discussion today is on patients who access lots of different services at St Peter's, it's really important that we don't forget that many, many, many of those patients actually have a carer supporting them, whether it be a partner, whether it be a child, whether it be a sibling, or even a family friend. So I just wanted to put that into context, really, and to say that we have sent the consultation out widely to carers who are known to us across Mid and South Essex. I really hope that a lot of those carers will have taken the opportunity to respond individually through the website, etc. We've also had conversations at some of the groups that we hold locally, but it's also really important to recognise that lots and lots of carers are not in touch with us, or with adult social care, or with their GP, They may not even, they may not live with the person that they support, and they may not see themselves as a carer. And that's why it's really important that we come and advocate for them. I'm also aware that Healthwatch Essex were here earlier. I did watch some of the earlier submissions online. And I can see that Healthwatch Essex came along and talked about feedback, and I know that some of our carers were involved through the Carers Voices project with Healthwatch Essex. So what I'd like to do is flag up that actually the proposed changes impact on carers in two different ways. They impact on carers in their caring role, in helping the people that they support to access St Peter's, and obviously those people have long-term conditions, often multiple long-term conditions, but actually the carers themselves can have long-term conditions that mean they need to access St Peter's while still maintaining their caring role. So I think it's important that we recognise that any changes impact on carers in potentially two different ways. Right, we're going to try this and see what happens. Ah, look at that. As if by magic. Okay. Maybe the other way. Yeah, I'm pressing. Oh, so something's happening. Just very slowly and with nothing on it. Anyway, not to worry. It's just very slow. It's probably something I constructed, so it will be very slow. So just to give you some context, Carers First, we're currently commissioned by Essex County Council to support unpaid carers across all of Essex. From April, there's a slightly new contract coming in, but Carers First will still be providing support in Mid and South, which is clearly the localities we're looking at. We've worked with in excess of 5,500 carers since 2018 in Mid and South. But that, as I say, is just a tip of the iceberg. I put on the bottom the definition of a carer within the NHS, and you can see it's fairly broad. Okay. So just to give you some more general national context, Public Health England actually produced a report, and it said that being a carer is in itself a health inequality. It's actually been recognised that carers are twice as likely to experience poor health as non-carers within the general population, and that can be physical, mental, emotional ill health, or possibly all three. It could be related to their caring role. It could equally be related to the fact that we have enormous numbers of older carers. And in Braintree and Maldon, there are higher numbers of older people within the population than the regional and national average, and therefore we're likely to see that magnified. So I've just put up there, obviously, that there are 400,000 carers nationally, aged 85 plus. We have lots of carers registered with us in their 90s. And they're trying to support other people in their 90s, which, as you can imagine, is quite a difficult role to fulfill. Because of the ageing population, we're going to see increasing numbers both of people requiring support, but also of those providing that support in that age group. It's also important to say that Public Health England recognise there isn't enough research done on carer health outcomes. There are lots of gaps in the data, and that actually we need to know more about carers in order to support them better in NHS decision making. So I also wanted to flag up Carers UK. Carers UK is a national lobbying organisation who many smaller carer organisations are affiliated to. They do an annual survey called The State of Caring in the UK, and they ask individual members, the vast majority of whom are carers, to complete a survey. And you can see that huge numbers have reported that the caring role impacts on their own health, 82%, but actually more worryingly, 44% put off their own health appointments because it was just too difficult to get appointments, to get to appointments, or to undergo a procedure or a course of treatment impossible. So we need to make the services available to carers locally, and we need to remove barriers so that people can keep themselves healthy and try and keep the people that they look after healthy. Interestingly, 42% felt they needed more help from the NHS to sustain their caring role. Okay. These are some of the local considerations that carers have spoken to us about in one-to-one conversations and in group settings. I know that earlier on in the afternoon there was a lot of conversation around transport, the difficulties around public transport, people saying it's a 3-hour journey to get to Brentwood with multiple buses and multiple bus and train interchanges. That's even if you could actually manage that with your mobility and the mobility of the person that you're supporting. Transport is clearly a huge issue in rural mid-Essex. I also talked about whether we perceive or put enough importance on the perception that carers need to actually visit people in hospital. Because I think, as I said, the focus is quite rightly on patients, because that's what, you know, a lot of the services are for. But actually, if people are supported by having frequent visits from somebody who supports them at home, that will actually aid their recovery. And it will actually also take away some of those negative things about being in a strange environment, about having people around you who don't know you. You know, many people who are on the intermediate care and maybe the stroke rehab beds may have some form of cognitive deficit, and they are going to find that environment extremely challenging. But having somebody familiar come every day, if they possibly can, to keep some of those routines going, to help them with meals, to encourage them to do therapy, just for companionship, to sit and talk, look at books, do whatever it is that people want to do, but also importantly, to actually help the staff with the decision making, because lots of carers are actually going to be having lasting power of attorney and other things that actually need to be taken into account when you're making clinical decisions. So you need to make it as easy as you can for carers to visit people in whatever setting that might be. I did actually talk about younger carers, because it's been particularly noticeable over the last couple of years that with the cost of living issues, it is working age carers who are perhaps not working or not working full time who are really struggling from a financial perspective, because they are not obviously going to get free transport, they're not going to get free buses, and they're not going to get reduced travel on railways, etc. But actually, if they wanted to go somewhere every day, they've got to pay full cost, and their income can be extremely low. We've really noticed that in the last couple of years. So we've already talked about poor health outcomes, and obviously moving some of these services from St Peter's is likely to present another barrier to carers. We know that they struggle to get to things already. If we move further away, they will struggle more to get to things, whether it is around the transport, whether it is about the rurality, whether it is about respite, which is an enormous issue for carers. They don't come to appointments because they don't have anyone else to undertake their caring role. And the further away they have to go to access some of those quite straightforward, sometimes outpatients appointments, even less likely that they'll go to them, and even more likely that actually any conditions they do have, which might have been managed okay with an early intervention, will go on to be more complicated than they needed to be, because people haven't felt able to access things at the beginning when they needed to access them. So I've just put at the bottom there that it would be really helpful as a mitigation if the ICS could consider how they could move towards some more carer-friendly processes. We know there are some really good practice examples. There are lots of unfortunately non-mandatory standards, for instance, for GPs. But there are lots of nice recommendations. There are lots of ways that health settings can support carers. And I think this is a great opportunity for the ICS to look at how MSE could really become a beacon of good practice for carer-friendly work.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Before we start questions, just something of a health and safety issue. There are 2 cars that are parked out the back and are preventing fire escape access. HK 54ZXX and EU 22JXD. If those are one of your cars, guys, grateful if you can move it because it's blocking the access at the back. All right? Okay. Right. Sorry about that, Veronica. Panel, anybody got questions or want clarity on anything that Veronica has said? Yeah?
Hi, Veronica. I'm Pete. I was really interested, particularly your last point about some of the carer-friendly processes, measures that you'd like to see in place. I just wondered if you could kind of enlarge on any of those and recommend some things you'd like to see.
So, for instance, across the acute trusts, we've had points where we've had carers' passports. And that was generally before the merger of the 3 hospitals. So, Basildon had its own passport. Broomfield had its own passport. But I think when there was a merger, then there was a feeling that obviously it had to be trust-wide. It kind of got a bit lost in translation somewhere. So there are, it is about putting those flags on people's records, then it is about using those flags to actually kind of support people and to be a bit more proactive in perhaps, referral and signposting, because there are lots of organisations that are not just Carers First that would support carers. The new contract that's coming in, that's County Council commissioned, has some quite exciting initiatives that we've not had before. So there's a possibility that we might be able to support people with payments around appointment breaks, which we do is done in other areas. So it's about having those conversations at a level where change is actually going to happen. Because you could have a conversation with somebody and one clinic might change, and that'd be great for the people who go to that clinic, but actually we need it to be wider, because it's in no one's interest for carers not to access health appointments. And respite is one issue, transport is another issue, having something that's not 3 hours on 4 buses is, another issue. So it's just about how can we, best support people to use the services.
Yeah. And ditto, is that kind of same things, 'cause you mentioned GP specifically, I don't know is that the same kinds of things you'd like to see in place or anything different for GP settings? Or?
GP settings exactly the same. Obviously, GPs have a carers register. Some GPs are slightly more enthusiastic than others about having a carers register. But it's also about how do you use that register? Making sure that people have flu jabs, have COVID jabs, have all those things, whether or not they qualify in their own right, which many carers do because of their age and their own health conditions, but then there are other people who need to be identified and flagged up. And again, it is around, information. If every GP practice had something on its website about if you're a carer, this is where you find support locally. If everybody had a really small notice board with a few things on it, that would be massively helpful for carers, because it's somewhere that everybody goes, apart from pharmacies, but it's really hard to squash a notice board on a pharmacy.
Anybody? Yeah.
Veronica, thanks very much for your clarity here. With our consultation, we are grappling with providing high quality care for individuals, particularly around bed-based rehabilitation, so stroke and intermediate care for a short period of time to get longer term gains for people to return home. I am very conscious as an older person doctor of the absolute need for carers, loved ones to be able to visit. But have you got an understanding around the use of technology, for example, during COVID, where we essentially we need to balance those two? How do carers feel? How do they support with essentially using technology to support some of that caring role while in a bedded unit to have the longer term gain to be at home with their loved one? Have you got a feeling for that? Are there barriers there that we could think about?
I mean, if I could actually take my carer's first hat off for a moment and make a personal reflection. My late father had a stroke and wasn't able to use the stroke beds because of various other conditions, and it didn't fit the pathway. I know you were talking earlier about care at home and rehab at home. My personal experience of it wasn't really fit for purpose. The care at home, we didn't use technology because he didn't have any internet. Because he was 93 and he didn't want the internet. So there are obvious barriers. I think that things like the virtual wards are fantastic. I mean, there's so much potential in things like virtual wards and in technology at home. But some of the support services are in a very traditional, that traditional reablement model is maybe not right for every condition. So maybe there's something about a more nuanced approach to the kind of support you give people. And yes, there are barriers, I mean, I did try and persuade him to have the internet on numerous occasions so that I could work from his house, but it was to no avail. And would have taken about 3 months probably to get PT to come around and put it in. So it's about recognising it will be great for some people. Lots of carers, do use a lot of tech. Lots of people do use a lot of Alexas and lots of things that we have now. But like everything else, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Certainly got potential, but we're not quite there, are we?
Yeah.
Hi, Veronica. Thank you. Currently, we have a lot of travel. There's a lot of travel within MSC footprint for individuals, be it clinics or clinical services. Now, providing more consolidated and higher spec service, which brings about good outcome, would potentially keep a lot of individuals within the footprint of Mid and South Essex. Have you worked out as to how to balance the benefits that we would get from that versus the other difficulties?
It is a really difficult construct, and full disclosure, I was a worker in Broomfield Hospital for a number of years, and that really opened my eyes to the benefits of maybe centralising some services to get those outcomes, because I think before I'd worked in a hospital, I probably had a perception that's more common amongst people that, people should stay in hospital until they are well, when actually you do realise that actually often that's probably not the right thing for people, and they are better to go home with some of the technology and those sorts of things, to have that really intense intervention in a place of excellence. But it is about that, we just need to make sure that we don't go too far down the road where it is such a long way for people to, and this, to be honest, is not a new issue. I mean, I remember over 10 years ago, people being discharged from Chelmsford to Halstead and having exactly the same difficulty and spending a whole day trying to find community transport for a gentleman in his 80s to visit his wife in what was then Colne Valley, I think, that had rehab beds at Colne View. So this is not a new issue, and it's not an issue that's going to go away, but it is about just realising that it is a real difficulty for some people. It's not a difficulty for everybody, but it is a difficulty for a lot of people, and we just need to be mindful of that.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you very much, Veronica. Thank you very much for that and for answering the questions. You're welcome to stay there for the minute if you want to, or rejoin the audience, whichever you prefer. All right? Okay, so our next contributor is Councillor Phil Barlow. And is he not here? Oh, sorry, we got it wrong. The other way around. I haven't updated my thing. It was, yeah, what's the... Councillor Fitton, is it? Yeah, I do apologise, Councillor. I'd forgotten that that had been shifted round. My apologies.
Thank you, Chairman. My name's Tony Fitter. I'm councillor for the Hawthorne ward. I'm also chairman of the Dengie. Sorry?
Just bring it a bit closer to you so that the yeah.
Okay. My name's Tony Fitter. I'm councillor for Maldon District Council Hawthorne ward, which encompasses Latchington, Maldon, Hawthorne, and Maylandsea, so a significant part of the Dengie. I'm also the chair of the Dengie 100 group of parishes that represent pretty much all of the Dengie south of Maldon, and also chair of Latchington Parish Council. But obviously I'm here speaking as a resident primarily, but obviously influenced by those positions. Okay. I don't know if you've got an evidence pack. I sent across all of my sheets across. I don't know if you've got them or not, because it's really more about data than anything else. But I'll do my best in the absence of that. I'd really like to start by just outline where we've come from in the brief history that I've gone through. And back in 2009, a document was produced indicating that there would be a new health hub or community hospital in the Maldon district. It concluded that there were 4 options. The first option was do minimum, and that would cost $9,563,000 over a 30-year period, ranging up to option 3 or option 4, which was relocation to a new facility, up to £35,592,000 over 30 years. By 2012, there was a development brief considered by the council that basically was proposing redevelopment of the existing site instead of relocation of the development. During that period, there was obviously a local development plan. And for those that are not aware of what a local development plan is, it basically sets out your spatial growth for a period of 15 or 20 years. It determines where you're going to build and why you're going to build there. And obviously infrastructure is a major consideration in that factor. And it's interesting that as we move through the history of this, by the time we get to the local development plan inspection, that is an agreement between the council, the Secretary of State for Housing, and all of the statutory respondees, which includes the NHS, the conclusion was reached that there was a need for a community hub within the Maldon district. And on the inspector's recommendation or in agreement with the statutory consultees, there was reference to this matter placed within the local development plan. And here is the local development plan. And basically it sits under what we call Policy I2. Policy I2 is really to look at health and well-being of the district and make sure that our growth plans are in accordance with both national policy and the agreed policy amongst the statutory consultees and the council, and to a large degree the residents, because they are consulted on this matter. So we have a policy I2, health and well-being, and it states the following. The Council will resist the loss of existing health facilities, including St Peter's Hospital in Maldon, unless appropriate new provision has been secured that meets the long-term health needs of the district. That is the policy. So in essence, what that really means from a planning perspective is that if a development was to come forward on this site for anything other than the health hub, the council should be in a position of pushing back on it to say, well, no, it's been agreed that there should be a site there. It's not appropriate to use it for something else. That will be something that we'll consider in due course, perhaps. When we get to up to 2021, there's been various things happen between then. One of the most significant was that as part of the local development plan, there is some land that we refer to as Knowles Farm or Wick Hill. This land was promoted on behalf of Essex County Council, and it was proposed within that planning consent that land be allocated to either a community hospital or a health hub. Now, unfortunately, in the local development plan, it did indicate that that would come forward in perhaps 2019, 2020. So up to that point, we've still got intent to build a community hub, a health hub or a community hospital. Unfortunately, that development stalled, so at the moment it hasn't come forward for further development, but it's likely to in the very near future. In 2021, there's a press release within the Maldon News Nub, and basically it's reiterating that purpose. And it basically starts to say the first part of the plan to build the hub originally describes a new community hospital for the area will be to provide a new fit-for-purpose premises for Blackwater Medical Centre in 2016. The target for the opening of the new facility was 2020. And it goes on. So at that point in time, we're still looking to try to develop a health hub of some sort within the district or community hospital. In February 2023, Sir John Whittingdale quoted, there will also be a brand new health hub incorporating some services from the former St Peter Hospital to combine with one of the GP practice likely with the Blackwater. So we still appear to be on course to develop some kind of health hub in the district. Okay? And this goes on and on and on up until this point in time. Now, I understand that the consultation is very much in principle about the relocation of the stroke beds and maternity units. But when you read through the evidence presented within the documents, in terms of the business case, and you look at the comments that are made within the Senate findings of it, it's very clear that the intention is perhaps to move forward with these changes, and then it puts the viability of St Peter's into doubt, which I can understand why. So I thought what I'll do is I'll go away and try to understand why the NHS or ICB, or whatever it's called now, has concluded that it's in the best interest of the residents to depart away from the spectral growth pattern that we've agreed with them in the past, and how that will improve health outcomes. So I thought, well, how do I get this information? So I thought, well, the first thing I'm going to do is kind of try to start to understand the impact of residents of the district by the potential removal of St Peter's completely. And I noted within the reports that are produced in the business case, it does give some indicative timings of how long it will take to travel to various locations that are proposed within the consultation. So I focus on the ones that are most obvious, and that would be Braintree for birthing, Brentwood Stroke Unit and Rochford Stroke Unit. And there are obviously some significant variations in timings. But I looked at the average travel time and distance by car and public from St Peter's existing residents, and the average distance that people would travel would be 7.4 miles in the Dengie across all of the areas. Well, I say all of the areas, the most significant areas. And when I look at the this time it would take to travel from those same areas to Braintree birthing unit, it's something like, in the NHS assessment, it comes up with an average of 40 miles. Well, the reality is it's 55 miles, not 40 miles in terms of the movement area, because obviously I think what's happening there is you're presuming that the start point is Maldon, or the start point isn't Maldon, it will be the furthest point away from Maldon, won't it? And we can go through. So basically what I've come up with is I've got a matrix that I can tell exactly how long it will take in principle to get from A to B. A to B will be whether it be Brentwood, Braintree or Rochford. And in terms of statistics, there'll be a 170% increase in travel time for people travelling from Braintree to Braintree as opposed to from St Peter's. The most significantly, where the variations are the widest, in the consultation report presented for the business plan, it's saying that the estimated travel time to birthing unit for Braintree is 89 minutes by public transport. But in reality, it's 128 minutes average time. Okay? And that will range from 160 minutes, 2 hours 40 from Tillingham, down to 82 minutes, best case scenario, in Wickham's Bishop. And all of the statistics that we've got indicate there's significantly more time really than was put forward in the consultation documents. And it was suggested that the ICB go away and look at that data in more detail, which they did in the form of heat maps on the consultation. But they're no different to these. There's not been any modelled study on the matter. So perhaps these are things you want to take away in the future. So basically, the distances that have been consulted upon and agreed in principle to move forward are considerably different to the ones that are actually the reality for residents. And that's going to be the biggest problem. So I thought, well, what other data is there from a government perspective that we can use to assess what the benefits are of this development in terms of the deprivation index? Councillor Spenceley spoke of that matter in terms of deprivation. And we tend to think about that in terms of, have people got enough money? How is their general living standards? Well, there are a number of different deprivation indexes, and one of them is the barriers to housing and services domain. And I was quite astonished to find out what I found out within this data. For example, Wickham's Bishop, which is one of the most affluent areas perhaps in the district, they are within the 7.95% most deprived areas in the country. Now, that's LSOAs. There's 32,944 LSOAs. And they would rank at 2,620. As I looked deeper into this, I looked at Tolls-Hunt Darcy again, another very affluent area. They rank 354th out of 32,944 LSOAs in terms of deprivation to barrier between housing and services. So 1.7%, they're the most 1.7% deprived community on that measurement. So really what you're hearing from the residents is very much substantiated by the data that the government produces, in as much as that whilst an area might be relatively affluent, and Maldon is, there are significant areas of deprivation in many different ways that need to be considered, which is the point that the Senate was making. And I don't see any evidence within in terms of the business case that have properly assessed this level of detail. Because it's all very well having a nice amount of money in the bank, but if you don't drive, and if you struggle to get a taxi, which you do in the Dengie area, how are you going to get anywhere? You can't. And moving backwards, the problem is that our local development plan, our whole spatial pattern, our transport structure is based upon where things are now. So once we start moving them away, it completely disrupts that order. Okay? I then thought, well, how is the general healthcare of the district doing? How are we doing with the GP to patient ratio and the health indicators published by government? And I know there's been discussion on this matter in various forums whereby you're putting forward statistics. Well, there seems to have been a little bit of a shift away from the old-fashioned, we'll measure it against qualified GPs to let's look at all GPs. And I know that Mr. Doherty put some data forward to us at District Council, but that was on a constituency basis. Well, we're not a constituency, we're talking about a bit of a district. So basically what I did is I broke that data down into more at a district level to look at the GP facilities within the district and where we sit against the national and Mid-Essex averages. I also then look at what the growth would be for the district in the next 5 years, which I've got access to the data. And as you know, that you use a 2.4 multiplier to indicate what the number of patients would be, because that's how you get your S106 contribution for GPs. So looking at that data, it indicates that within 5 years, we'll have a GP to patient ratio of 2,939 to 1 GP, unless we have more GPs. Now, I will add that I can't be certain of the number of GPs we've got because there isn't any data that indicates the number of full-time GPs at district level. So basically what I did is I went through the health impact assessments that are provided by developers who tend to look upon it to have more favourable figures than detrimental, and I've used all of the numbers that they've used to assess the number of GPs. Okay, so that is, in essence, 28.1% using the fully qualified GP number that the government uses of 2295. So we'll have a 28% deficiency in GPs. What does that mean in numbers? Well, basically, it's looking at the current time that we're going to need 14 more GPs in the next 5 years to bring us up to the national target or BMJ target of 1,750. So then I thought, well, I'll look back a little bit. I'll look at where we were in the past at the last local development plan, which was adopted in 2017. The evidence at that point in time, using the same calculations, is that we had a deficiency of 4.7 GPs. So basically what I'm seeing here is a continual trend downwards in terms of provision, because the GP to patient ratio then was 2,090, and we're predicting it to be up to 2,939. Now, I know obviously that there might be some benefit of for not fully trained GPs in GP practices, but we don't know how often they're going to be there, and we don't know how much benefit they will be. So I prefer to use what I do know, which is the fully qualified GPs. So basically what we're seeing there is that at the moment we're on a downward spiral in terms of GP provision or primary care provision, and within the proposal it's proposing that we actually use some of those facilities or leverage some of that asset to improve the outcome in terms of the NHS perspective of reducing the amount of estate you need. I don't see any evidence to indicate that you can achieve that. Moving forward, I also thought, well, I'll look at the maternity side of things. Now, I don't know anything about maternity. I don't know, but I just looked at the statistics. So I looked at the statistics, I thought, well, let's make some sense of this. So I thought, well, how can I compare something to something? So I picked on stillbirths. Okay? They're a relatively easy thing to measure. It's all recorded by the government in the statistics. And I looked at Maldon's. And Maldon's stillbirth ratio, and this is not meant to be detrimental to any service provider, it's a statistic. So I thought the best way to do this is to look back over a period of time so I can actually get a balanced view on things. So I looked back over 5 years. And basically, at the moment, the average for stillbirths across the country is 4.1 per 100,000. Yeah, or 1,000, whatever it is. And Essex is 3.6. Well, Maldon District is 5.5 on both indicators. So therefore, we're 33% above, there's a 33% risk above the mean of England and a 51.8% risk above the mean of Essex. So I thought, well, okay, well, perhaps that's just because we're a small local authority. So what I'll do is I'll do a sample and a study across, just at random, areas that have got a similar birth rate to the Maldon District. And I just went through alphabetically. And the first one I come to was Floyd. Their ratio, 3.7 and 3.7. Then the next one was Copeland, 4.1, 4.1. And I looked at Torridge, 4.2, 4.2. So basically what I'm gleaning from that statistics is that Maldon is not doing particularly well on that measurement. It's doing worse than the average of those three organisations. So then I'm starting to think, well, okay, what's there? I can't really see any evidence in the consultation document looking at this type of measurement to see how the outcome will improve. These, I don't know. So then what I thought I'd do is I look at the ONS data on general health score indexes from 2015 to 2021 and compare us across the district. And we can see in 2015, our health score index was 112.1. By 2021, it had fallen to 106.8. So there's no indication there that health outcomes improving according to how it's measured by the government. So then I thought I'd look at some more data to item 6A of the table, and I'd look at the individual index that work out the deprivation levels. And so I go along it and I can see that actually Maldon District Council now have fallen from a relatively good number to being second worst in the county of 87.3 score. But what sticks out more than anything are two areas, and that is difficulty in daily life and disability. In difficulty in daily life, we're the lowest in all of Essex. And when I look at disability, we're far the lowest in all of Essex. And these is really speaking of the problems and that the difficulty in daily life is really frail people. I had to find out what that was. So what we're saying is that some of the more elderly people, we have a very high proportion of them, and it's reflected in the government data, which then goes on to be reflected in deprivation index to different levels. So why are we where we are? Well, there's obviously been a strategic decision to move the bed-based units elsewhere. I can fully understand why, based upon the clinical evidence you presented. However, there's a bigger picture than this, isn't there? There is the future of St Peter's. And I was looking at some press releases on the matter, and there was an item in the Essex Live, and it says the following: NSH services in Essex set for impacts in face of spending cuts. It then goes on to say, Mid and South Essex ICS managers say the year-to-date position at Mid and South largely reflects the current shortfall in efficiency programme delivery, which was set to mitigate the impact of rising risk. It then goes on to say, well, I'm not entirely sure why this is in there, this is taxpayers' money, we are overspending, and if we are overspending, then that means someone else cannot spend as much they need for their population. Well, obviously I'm here to represent the Maldon population as a resident of Maldon, so I'm not really concerned about the rest of the country. And I'm not entirely sure that I would accept the position that we should take one for the team, as it were, in as much as that we lose our facilities in the absence of other people. So why are we where we are? Now, I was interested to hear about this statement that we're not meeting our efficiency targets that we've got to meet. So I thought, well, I'll look at some outside research on the matter. So I looked at the Institute of Fiscal Studies, and basically what it's saying is here. In June 23, NHS published its much-awaited long-term workforce plan, which was welcomed across the political spectrum. The plan aims to increase the number of staff employed by the NHS from around 1.5 million to whatever. Okay. Now, the problem is that the IFS have concerns about whether or not the productivity targets and gains that are expected to be achieved from the NHS are realistic. They say, by the NHS own estimates, the staff increase contained in the plan will only be enough to meet NHS demand if productivity could be increased by between 1.5 and 2% per year. This is an extremely ambitious target, well above what the NHS estimated to achieve in the past. So it's all very well to have ambitious plans, but I guess where we are at the moment in terms of the efficiency and infrastructure that we've clearly demonstrated from the statistics, that reducing capacity yet further or outlets, whilst it might improve your productivity in terms of the fact that you've got rid of administrative staff and support staff, so you appear more productive. You haven't increased your capacity. And if you're not able to increase your productivity, then you won't be able to meet the demands that you've got. So I thought, well, okay, they may do it. But again, within the document that I looked at it in terms of the business case put forward, I'm thinking, well, okay, I can see that they're trying to find ways to be more efficient and save money and get better clinical outcomes. But how are they planning for the future? How are they planning for future growth? You can't absorb it all by productivity. So I looked at the housing numbers for the areas around the district.
Councillor, we're running well over time with the session.
I've nearly finished, thank you.
Can you kind of conclude and give them a chance to ask you questions?
I looked at Braintree, Brentwood. I looked at Braintree, Brentwood, Chelmsford and Colchester, and in summary, each year that is going to produce those 3,450 houses over a 5-year period. In the next 5 years, we're going to have something like 34,500 houses built in these areas, when you will look at in terms of the patient impact. So there's significant growth happening, not just in Maldon, but more importantly around the other areas that I don't see any planning for. And we're already behind the curve in terms of infrastructure. So I think that there needs to be some more modelling done on impacts. Thank you.
Councillor, just to check, all of that information, the data and things you're quoting, is included in the report, the submission, isn't it?
Other than the reference to the fiscal studies, but I can send those.
But could you actually let them have that as well?
Yeah.
It would be quite useful for them. Okay. You okay to take questions?
Absolutely.
Yeah? We want to... Have you been... Okay.
Councillor Vincent, thank you so much. You've walked us through a tremendous amount in that period of time, including the history of Maldon and health and St Peter's. We've looked at health inequalities, we've looked at GP survey, and we've looked at rurality and the challenges of health inequalities in that zone. We've looked at stillbirth and the challenges there as well. So I'm digesting that as we go along. I guess my question from all of those stats which you so eloquently produce, and thank you for the pack that you've done, do you still see, in a sense, the benefits of keeping the majority of outpatient services local and within the Maldon district because of those very stats that you've outlined?
I would agree, but I wouldn't agree that if you like, the approach that's being taken is appropriate. At the end of the day, if we're going to disperse those services across different areas, I mean, looking at it very simply, whenever you move something somewhere else, there'll be an impact, and there'll be an impact on traffic. Now, perhaps if these developments were to come forward individually, they might end up being refused because the impact and parking facilities are not there. Now, the problem we have from a planning perspective, I suppose, I'm thinking about it that way, is that because they've already got that class granted, then we won't be able to do much about it. But that doesn't mean to say that there won't be considerable detrimental impact on the area by doing so. So I think that, I mean, if I'm honest, my position is very simple, is that we've been, the residents were promised a health hub. I understand the financial constraints that the NHS are under, but we're not prepared to take one for the team. We expect to get a health hub. If you want to relocate certain services because there's clear clinical benefit, I think we probably can't disagree with that too much, other than the fact that there is risk if we're moving these things further and further away for people. And I think you've got to consider the next step as well of the evolution of the healthcare system here. If you keep getting growth, you're going to need new facilities at some point. Why not put them in Maldon, where we've got land? I mean, it's difficult because the land... There is land allocated in principle within our local development plan. It's a strategic site, and it does say that there could be a health hub there. I mean, preferably, many people would like St Peter's to be completely refurbished. But I think, to be fair to you, you have to make that decision for yourselves. If the cost of providing a facility in the Maldon district is better in a different location because it can be built to purpose, that's not for me to decide, that's for you to decide. But it's not for you to decide, I think, that you're just going to withdraw these services because it's more efficient, but doesn't really give you any scope to grow in the future. Because, as I say, with all of these growth in these other areas, you're going to have a next step. I don't see a next step in the business case that's put forward. I just see consolidation, which I can understand why, but is that the right thing to do?
Councillor Fittock, thank you very much for that contribution. Thank you. Okay, so we've come to our penultimate opportunity here, which is the Save Maldon's Medical Services Group, Tim Ollie, Michelle Ollie and Les Flack. Are we... Everybody ready? Okay. Okay. All right. So we'll give them a moment to get set up. Yeah, yeah. He popped to the loo. Huh? Yeah, no, I know he pops, yeah. We'll give him a moment. We've got a panel member missing anyway at the moment, so. Okay. So, good afternoon, guys. Just for the benefit of the people who may not know you at the moment, obviously you are well known, but would you like to just individually introduce yourselves? You press the button, yeah. Yeah.
Push it. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I'm Les Flack. I'm just a regular resident. I have been involved in a campaign with Save Maldon's Medical Services, but I speak as myself tonight. I'd asked for a slot on my own, but didn't get it, so I've come these.
Yeah, we're sorry. It's trying to fit everything together, isn't it?
That,
But,
yeah, okay.
My name's Michelle Ollie. I'm a resident as well, and I'm also retired NHS.
Okay.
Tim Ollie. Certainly.
I was going to say bring them close.
Tim Ollie, local resident.
Okay. Okay. Who would like to open?
Hi. I'll rattle on, because this time is short. So I have consultation process concerns. I'll be grateful for any questions after this. So I grew up in Epping with St Margaret's and Harlow Hospital close by. I supported my ageing parents, driving from the dengue to Epping and accessed their medical care in under 20 minutes. Although I was not nearby, local hospitals eased my supporting of my parents. Family support aids recovery, rehabilitation and well-being. With our own younger family, also not local, I fear my wife and I will be isolated and separated from each other, and family care resulting in expensive taxes and paid carer support for medical visits. The journey times and fragmentation proposed do not ease family care and are surely a threat to rehab and the mental and emotional well-being of both the patient and the family, perhaps causing more family health issues. My wife has Meniere's disease and COPD, which resulted in severe malnutrition. Breathless, she can't walk far, which escalates to stress and anxiety. It's an hour from the dengue to St Peters by bus, with 2-hour gaps in the schedule. Moving a mobility scooter on buses is not always feasible. I drive, but I can't always be around nor able to drive. Long delays from temporary traffic lights are a frequent feature on the dengue. My wife is in line for lung reduction operation and will be even more dependent on the support from the Provide staff who operate from St Peters. A lifeline for her both physically and emotionally, such as at times the chest infections, which is common with COPD. St Peters is a community hospital and needs to remain so. My family and the community can't take more burden and stress of uncertain and varying locations, journey, cost and time for healthcare. Shifting gear now, I submit that with our rapidly heating and collapsing ecosystem, we must strive to minimise unnecessary travel distances for less emissions, air pollution, congestion and resource extraction. These goals are not a nice to have. Every fraction of a degree saved in rising temperatures reduces risk of future pandemics and vector-borne disease. Additionally, increasing air pollution is a harm to health, especially the vulnerable, the elderly, those with pulmonary diseases and our children and babies. St Peters is central for public transport, car sharing, trip stacking and future implementation of active travel routes. In net zero times, we hear talk of the need for 15-minute cities, all key services within 15 minutes. We should pursue rural local futures, not enforce, but where reduced and easy low-impact travel for healthcare benefits the whole community well-being. We need a holistic approach to healthcare, and that takes into account mental and social factors rather than just the symptoms and treatment of an illness. Action towards collective responsibility of our global home aligns with localisation and the needs of the most vulnerable in society. We must look there towards the vulnerable for the primary goals in decision making. For example, to the lady Anne I met in Maldon, entirely dependent on travel for a mobility scooter, visiting St Peters 20 times in the last 2 months. Consultant, blood test, x-ray, all done, same place, same day, shopping on the way home. The ICB stated x-ray is unlikely to be relocated in town due to specialist equipment and is likely to be in Braintree, not local. How will Anne get there on a mobility scooter? Another stressful and unnecessary journey with all the impacts I described. Dismantling St Peters medical services and casting them asunder around mid-Essex flies in the face of localisation and the mental and emotional well-being of its served community, and in turn has potential impacts on physical health. In 2012, the MDC and Savills development brief presented a perfectly feasible plan to have new build at the rear, merged with restoration of St Peter's front section of building. When the ICB say there's no money for St Peter's, that's a choice. The community deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. My family and this community needs the NHS decision makers to look beyond short-sighted outlook of cost saving, what's affordable, what's value for money, and take the more holistic approach to healthcare, look beyond essential medical care to include mental and social factors, treatment and respect of the whole person and the whole community, not just the illness or disease. Slightly off track now, I propose that you should enhance St Peter's medical services with a wellbeing centre of excellence so that GPs and social prescribers can signpost the public to St Peter's. Why is it closed at night? You know, why aren't we using that huge resource? We could have regular community and education groups with topics such as weight management, relaxation, pain management, menopause help, mindfulness, pace and plan, thrive and survive, even gardening club. These create social network subgroups and build community networks which are all excellent for health and well-being. People are under so much pressure. Around 20% of GP visits are said to be non-medical. That's a huge figure. Such as loneliness, social isolation, or issues with debt, relationships or housing, fragmentation of services and medical care to distributed locations and longer journeys will only exacerbate these social issues, further burdening GPs. So dig deep, get serious about Maldon and District's healthcare holistically. Thank you.
Before we decide what to do next, just going to check: are you guys going to talk about quite some different themes, or is it kind of a merged theme into some different themes? In that case, did the panel members want to ask Les questions now, so that we keep it, you know, in context rather than later? Yeah.
Hi, Les. Thank you for that. You raised quite a number of really good points. I wanted to ask you just a little bit more about your personal example you gave with your wife. And you mentioned she used some of the different services in terms of her COPD, her Meniere's disease at St Peter's. It was just, what was the kind of different types of services she'd used to understand that example a little bit more?
I know the Provide team are mobile, but they usually operate out of St Peter's, so she knows where she's going. She's already under a huge amount of stress, so she knows the route, how to get there. So it's things like she has sort of consultant there about the possibility of a lung operation. It's extremely stressful time for her. So she goes there in the chapel for tests. They do a periodic test where they're getting her to do the bleep test and things like that. And on occasion, we've seen the nurses there in the unit round the back where I set the radio up from when I go there. Yeah, so quite a lot of things. Blood test. We drop off blood tests. We drop off sputum tests there. I know those things can all be mobile, but she knows where she's going, and her stress and anxiety is high with this condition. So coming out there, we pop into town. We get a coffee. We go for something to eat. We do a bit of shopping. Being in town eases her stress. And knowing that if I'm not around, she could just jump on a bus. She knows where she's going.
Anyone else?
Okay. Les, thanks very much for your story and the story of your wife. I just wanted to explore, we've heard quite a bit on our consultation journeys. We've gone around the whole of the 1.2 million population and the different areas around opportunities, particularly in the Maldon district, so I've heard around keeping local services absolutely local, i.e. in the town or as close to as possible.
Say that again, sorry.
So keeping local services as local as possible, but at the same time potentially offering something called a hub and spoke model, where maybe a day a week, for example, in Burnham or in Witham or in Tolsbury, there may be something mobile or a dedicated area. Do you think that would be an option we should explore as well, not taking away from a central hub, but also thinking how we support residents where transport is an issue?
Yeah, I think there's value in looking at that. But I would have to say that the dengue, transport in a dengue is quite unique. You know, for example, you mentioned Burnham. We can't get a bus to Burnham, so that's just not an option. She recently had a pulmonary class in preparation for the operation, and that was in Latchington, which was convenient. So they brought that nearer to us, but that did come with the added uncertainty of how do I get there, you know. So she was dependent on me to drive her there, you know. So obviously I've got a life as well. So it's an idea, but it's not without its problems. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Les.
Thank you.
We'll move over to Michelle.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to start and just explain, obviously, that as Save Maldon Medical Services, we comprise a variety of people. We are local residents, local councillors, and we are here just to speak, not just for ourselves, but for those who cannot speak today. We feel that we have to cover the failings of the ICB in the consultation process. And what we are here to ask is that we are here to say that we want to keep the medical services here in the Maldon district, ideally at St Peter's. We want them to be contained within one single unit, and we want secondary care that is easy to access, which is our right under the NHS Constitution for England 2023. What I mean by that, and I think that refers to actually the last question you've just asked, actually. It's not to have one service sent out on a bus. It is really just to actually say that what we want to actually be able to do is that if you actually go for an appointment at a hospital, that you are able to actually have all your investigations done in one go. It doesn't mean that you have to go around the county to have everything done. If you break up everything that's at St Peter's at the moment, you will have people travelling to various different parts of the county to have physio done in one area. They'll have everything being done in various different parts of the county. At the moment, we have everything under one roof. And I think as a Maldon district, it's our right to actually have that preserved in this area. An example could be that there's no future planning in your public consultation. If you wanted to have, for argument's sake, extra capacity from your acute trust, you might want to bring out more pre-admission. You would be able to have all of that undertaken in your local area. You can use your diagnostic corridor, which you have already at St Peter's. You have excellent blood facilities, you have excellent X-ray, excellent ultrasound, and your outpatient service runs very swiftly. All of that you're expecting to either put in a shop or spread out to Burnham or spread out wherever you'd like to do, and you'll be asking people to go from one to another and undertake extra journeys to do that, extra days to do that, and that's just unacceptable for our area. Our area is actually built up under DEFRA of 80% rural population, which means we have to travel further, and I don't think that's acceptable. We've had a great deal of response on our Facebook page. Many people have given us personal quotes. We have these people's names. We can give this to you so you can verify these. And these are actual things that have happened. Some of these are since you've moved our stroke and rehabilitation ward. We've had examples that have been given to us on the street where elderly residents have been separated for up to 3 months. You've heard stories, or at least heard evidence from councillors today where they've explained that their residents may not be able to drive. They would have to take public transport and incur costs up to £148 in a week to be able to visit their relatives. And some of this is already happening. And as a consequence, we have submitted to you our 25 pages of evidence. I would call upon you to actually look at this evidence because the effects that this can have on elderly residents could well be broken heart syndrome, It could cause separation anxiety, and also the impact is also there from the point of view that it will actually affect the ability for that patient to recover in hospital. There should be some observation into what actually will happen in terms of the welfare of that patient. I have 20 years experience in a hospital. I'm not blindsided to the fact that there is a huge shortage of staff. Mid-Essex Trust is a failing trust. It also has difficulties in its retention of staff. If you're going to move your stroke services, or you already have, to Brentwood and to Rochford, these are areas where you are going to have difficulty recruiting. This is an area where staff are going to be far more attracted to move to London trusts. I'm a former NHS manager. I would find it difficult to recruit there myself. We organised a peaceful vigil at St Peter's. As you can see, 750 people turned up and peacefully showed their love for this building, a building that you can see is pretty good condition actually. An awful lot of misinformation has been given out to the public, to the staff. There's been plenty of investment in the roof, in the floors. It's a good asset to sell. There's been an awful lot of press on the television showing the wards that haven't been used for years. But as I say, it has a fantastic diagnostic corridor, it has a fantastic outpatient department, and a plot size of a number of acres, which is absolutely perfect for development. We have a number of pieces of evidence to give to you. This is the Rural Health and Care Inquiry Report. These pieces of evidence here help to show you that the NHS Constitution is founded on the principle of equal access to healthcare. The Constitution states that the NHS is available to all, and it is a social duty to promote equality through the services it provides and to pay particular attention to the groups or sections of society where improvements in health and life expectancy are not keeping pace with the rest of the population. It emphasises that people should not be disadvantaged because of where they reside, and that nobody should be excluded, discriminated against, or left behind. Despite these fundamental commitments, health and social care in rural areas has been raised as a concern in numerous reports over many years. Evidence presented to the inquiry was clear. In essence, many rural residents are disadvantaged through their life course compared to the urban counterparts. Access to maternity care is more problematical. The wider community services for children and young people are less accessible. Primary and secondary care are not so readily available for people of working age, including preventative and screening services. And the provision of both health and social services for the growing population of older citizens is increasingly inadequate. We are not offering equal care for all in England, despite the commitment to do so. If we take a look at this graph here, you can see very clearly that the population, the number of residents per kilometre here, quite clearly shows that we have in our density for our population.
Yeah.
I'll ask my husband to explain. I have aphasia.
Yeah, it clearly shows the population density in South Essex. I mean, it does also suggest, Mid and South Essex isn't a London borough. It does stretch from Sudbury in the north of there to the edge of London and to the sea. It's not the centre of Chelmsford, which is the big pink blob in the middle for anybody who doesn't know, and clearly shows that Maldon is as least densely populated of all the districts.
What it actually does help by moving down all of our services down into South Essex is it does allow the Trust to be able to have attendances very nicely from all of our South Essex counterparts, but it means that everybody travelling from the Dengie will have to travel up to 3 hours on public transport, which is where we will all be having difficulties meeting our appointments, or you'll have an awful lot of DNAs on your hands from all the Maldon district, or they won't be able to visit their loved ones. Have I missed one?
No, that's it.
We list here the duties that the ICBs have to follow, and we feel that, and we've listed in the 25 pages of evidence at different sections that we feel that you have negated to comply with your general duties. You'll actually have that in your written evidence, and obviously as time is short, I cannot go through each one of these now, but I would see the audience will be able to see that they have a duty to, especially to comply and promote the NHS Constitution. They fail on that on several counts. But there is a great deal of wealth of evidence that we provided to you, and we ask you to come back to us on each juncture where we have provided all this evidence to you. And obviously we haven't got that to produce to you, I'm sorry, at this moment, but we have provided it to you to obviously come back to us at a later date. One of the most important things that I've heard today keeps coming back about visitors. And actually there is the DHSC consultation visiting in care homes, hospitals, most importantly in hospices. And the ministerial forward states, visits from loved ones are vital to the health and well-being of people receiving care in care homes, hospitals and hospices. We know how much these connections matter, whether through practical care and an individual provides to a loved one, support and advocacy during a difficult medical appointment, or the comfort provided from a held hand or a hug. It is not a nice to have, but a vital part of providing individuals with the high quality care everyone deserves. We want everyone to be able to see and support the people they love in health and care settings. This is something that is going to be brought into law. This means that you don't have to just rely on a virtual way of seeing your loved one. The reason this is important is that a lot of our people in our area come under, because obviously as I've mentioned before, DEFRA have designated Maldon as 80% rural. That means that obviously in Essex, we are the most rural area in the rural district, in the Maldon district. This means that we are going to have the most difficulty getting to South Essex areas. And we will come on to those transport difficulties in a moment, but I need that to be impressed upon you.
Okay, go to the various consultation paperwork. There's a general presumption, which everybody's aware of, that anything other than St Peter's is better. Although, as we've learned this evening, the consultation is for suggestions on all the outpatients things, but what that means, who knows. There is an interesting comment regarding the maternity offer, with 95% patients get to St Peter's in 102 minutes by public transport, and this would reduce to 92 minutes to go to WJC. I couldn't work out what that relates to, postcode, plot of the mothers, or anything, the whole of the Mid and South Essex patch, so that includes people from Thurrock, who knows. But considering in the impact assessments, the majority of patients at St Peter's come from CM1, which is Central Chelmsford, CO9, Sybil, Headingham and Housestead, which of course is north of Braintree, and CM7, which is Finchingfield and Braintree. So it would appear that a lot of patients are making the active decision not to go to WJC and prefer to come to St Peter's. The integrated impact assessments also make a number of recommendations as to who to engage with to ensure relevant feedback is obtained. I think there's about 18 or 19. We'd love to find out how you've managed to achieve those 18 recommendations in the future. The also impact assessment suggests that locating to unknown locations in Maldon Town Centre would improve transport links. As we've heard from various people, St Peters is very well connected and quite a short distance from the town centre. To go on to the maintenance costs, which have been mentioned repeatedly. The Mid and South Essex Foundation Trust presented an update to the County Council's Health Overview Policy and Scrutiny Committee on the 4th of January this year, which advised that there was a pre-consultation business case due to be considered in 2024, which of course was decided to progress on the 18th of January. The total maintenance costs presented to that committee for various hospitals: Basildon 64.1 million, Broomfield 41.1 million, Southend 78.6 million. Orsett, which according to other documents, or according to this report, has already been decided to be closed, 14.5 million. And dear St Peters, 20 million. Well, if you're spending 14.5 million on Orsett, which is already marked to be closed, there's quite a saving to be made there. The document also goes on to suggest that the Trust, which I know isn't the ICB, has a number of estate objectives, one of them being one public estate, optimising opportunities to support new models of care as part of a coordinated approach to deliver care closer to home, which I think you'll appreciate isn't what this is attempting to achieve. Also, the clinical principles of the Trust merger business case, Principle 5, care moved closer to the patient's home. As has been mentioned by a number of people so far today, there are a selection of alternatives that have appeared in the frequently asked questions, being Maldon District Council offices, the second floor of Carmelite House, which is the library, Blackwater Leisure Centre, retail premises in the High Street, the health facilities in Wants Chase, and Southwood and Ferrers, Braintree and Burnham. The consultation document does also suggest that there will be a number of services co-located at Braintree, but the document that provides the travel times on the consultation forgets to provide travel times to Braintree, which, as you've heard from a number of people, starting from a number of places, achieving arrival at Braintree will be a challenge. The transport element of this, the document submitted by the ICB presumes all journeys start at Maldon District Council offices. Maldon isn't in the middle of Maldon District. It's far closer to all the proposed destinations than most of Maldon District. Interestingly, it asserts that Maldon has a bus and coach station, which I think the audience response has covered that. I don't believe anybody thinks we still do. It was closed and turned into housing many years ago.
30 years.
Yeah, not sure where the ICB have got their information from. So we've produced a little table of various journeys. I won't labour the point, but, you know, as has been raised numerous times by numerous people, getting to anywhere other than Maldon is an immense challenge. For a 9 o'clock appointment in Braintree from Tillingham, of course, you have to leave at 6:30 the day before. As Councillor Fittock has gone through, Maldon has expanded, continues to do so. We are the 11th least densely populated district in the east of England. We had a population of about 30,000 in 1950. We had 2 train stations and a hospital then. Now we've got 66,000 and more, plus over 2,500 to be built around Maldon plus the rest of the district. No train stations, no bus station. But the hospital is no longer required, apparently. The capacity, the consultation document doesn't mention the capacity of the other hospitals to deal with the increased burden on them from directing Maldon residents elsewhere, or Maldon residents, Southwood and Ferrers residents, Witham residents. There's been, Tiptree residents. Maldon's the closest for a lot of things and easier to get to than Colchester hospitals. The impact assessments make great play of the issues of car parking in a town centre, but don't mention the completely oversubscribed parking at Broomfield Hospital or parking availability at the various other options. However, the report to the County Council Overview and Scrutiny Committee does say that Broomfield suffers significant parking congestion. And as mentioned already, there's no consideration of the London effect of attracting staff in that direction. This is just a list of services. Tim, I know, we're over time.
No, I was going to say, oh, you got your conclusions. I was going to say, yeah, brilliant, okay.
Conclusions. I think everybody who's spoken during the day has put forward hugely well-researched and evidenced comments and conclusions about the issues with the proposals as put forward and the need to think again with different parameters, different thought process, and a proper consideration of the facts. I've got nothing else to say.
Okay. Thank you, Tim and Michelle. Are you happy to take questions?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for that. And may I ask just one clarifying question? Because I think you covered quite a lot within both of those presentations, so thank you. Mr. Wright, it was something you mentioned which I didn't catch, and I didn't spot on the slide, so that's why I'm just wanting to clarify it. I think you mentioned 1819 recommendations that you wanted to kind of understand the role. Could you just expand on that one, just so we get it?
Literally just over there. In the impact assessment, the executive summary, there are a whole list of recommendations that the Trust or the ICB has made to itself regarding engagement with us.
Good, yeah. Any more questions? No?
Yeah. Can I just go, Tim, back to you. Just help me understand the 80,000 additional outpatient appointments oversubscribed hospitals. Just help me unpack that, because obviously there is a guarantee to stay in the Maldon district. So I was trying to understand that statement, if that's okay.
That's what was quoted by the consultation, isn't it?
The 80,000 appointments is in the consultation.
Yeah.
Are they guaranteed to stay in Maldon? Because the consultation document actually says that a whole load of things will need to be co-located in Braintree, which isn't in Maldon.
So is that the clarity of, because I was just trying to understand, so that's the reference to the 80,000, so phlebotomy, antenatal services, physio and consultant appointments, I'd imagine.
We don't know where you're proposing to put it.
There's so much misinformation.
Or information lacking. So where are the 80,000 appointments going to go? Because there haven't been any suggestions of where it's going to go in Maldon, but there is quite clear suggestion that certain things will have to be co-located at Braintree.
Okay.
I mean, the document I gave you earlier, actually the staff are under the impression that like for like is going to be implemented. Yeah. Well, that's what was given to every member of staff at St Peter's.
Turn your mic on.
Sorry, I apologise. Yeah, just for the benefit of the others. Yeah, it's not an official staff communication, apparently.
Well, I say that
so
was
they're
given to
interested in
every
looking
member of
into it.
staff.
Yeah.
You know, so that's, as I say, that there are many, many people at St Peter's. They are running around. They do not know what's happening. And that's what was given to them. So I say there's so much misinformation. In the Maldon district, we are under the impression it's a proposed closure. Anybody who lives outside of the Maldon district, they know that St Peter's is closing.
Could I make a suggestion? I mean, obviously you've heard a lot of what people have said today, and there's the different submissions. But is it a worthwhile exercise that you might produce a kind of like a listing of what you think you want in the way of information that you think is currently lacking? I know there's only a couple of weeks left, but the point about it is...
Well, can you extend it? You should extend the consultation.
Well, it's already been extended once, and that's not down to me. That's not down to me, and a decision has to be made elsewhere. But there's a lot of people saying there's information missing on this or that. And I think that it needs to be coordinated and pulled together. And I'm sure that what will be happening after this is that will be looked at. But from your perspective, it might be worth you putting together your definitive list of things that
I'm sure we'd be quite happy to do that as a group, but we have been discussing it with both the MPs who are taking it to Parliament, because they actually feel there should be a judicial review and actually stop this consultation.
Okay, all right. Okay. Just so you're aware, obviously you're off mic, so people won't have picked that up, and just for the benefit of the others in the room. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's been repeated several times today, so I think, you know, the message has been heard. Okay, yeah. In which case, it just leaves me to thank Tim, Michelle, and Les for your contributions today. All right, and yeah, we will move on to Councillor Nick Spenceley. Councillor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Hope everyone can hear me okay. So I'm Councillor Nick Spenceley. I'm District Councillor for Heybridge East, but I'm speaking tonight generally for the community at large, and I have worked with the Save Maldon's Medical Services Group as well. So I intend to address the legitimacy of this consultation process, or the alleged consultation process, and I'm not doing a PowerPoint. As an ex-teacher, I've done enough PowerPoints in my day. So there's two sources. One is the ICB's own documents, the consultation documents and the pre-consultation business case. And the other source is a report produced by a social policy researcher called Peter Levin, PhD, Dr. Peter Levin, who operates in Cornwall and who did a report into a similar exercise involving a hospital that was put up for closure in St Ives in Cornwall. And he's very kindly responded to me reaching out to him when I saw this case study, and he's done his own independent scrutiny of the consultation process. What I want to do is go through some key principles. Now, Mr. Rogers did a fantastic presentation earlier on, and I'm picking up some of the points he made about what to expect from a consultation. And I know, Chair, you're an expert on consultation law, so I'm going to speak with a bit of caution on that one. But the consultations are governed by the Gunning principles, which were established in 1985, have been consolidated by case law since. And there's four basic principles. One is that proposals should still be at a formative stage. A final decision has not yet been made or predetermined by the decision makers, and we'll come to that in a minute. 2, there is sufficient information to give intelligent consideration. It must be available, accessible, and easily interpretable for consultees to provide an informed response. 3, there is adequate time for consideration and response. There's a kind of norm that about 12 weeks is expected, but it's not law. This consultation has expanded from 8 to 12 weeks, which is good to hear. Or 10. Ah, okay, that's true. Good point. 4, conscientious consideration must be given to the consultation responses before a decision is made. So, turning to Dr. Levin's report, he did indeed see a lot of similarities between what's happened here and the hospital in Cornwall. And he concludes, 1, the consultation document amounts to an attempt to mislead the public into thinking that all possibilities remain open. He says the proposals that the public has been told in the consultation document, the proposals that we are describing are just that, proposals. We are asking local people to share their thoughts before we decide what to do. But prior to public consultation, Dr. Levin goes on, numerous possibilities, including all those that involve keeping St. Peter's Hospital going, have already been ruled out. Decisions have already been taken by default. And it reminds me of when I was putting my children to bed. I used to consult my children. I used to say, do you want to go to bed with an orange drink, or do you want to go to bed with a glass of milk? The real issue at stake, going to bed, was not subject to consultation at all. And to kind of switch metaphors, we're looking at giving our views on the last 3 tumbling dominoes in a row that have been triggered by the decision to close St. Peter's Hospital. So we've got the decision already taken on a temporary basis to move stroke services away, followed by a decision taken as a result of that, and again, this is from the pre-consultation business case, because of the transfer of stroke rehabilitation inpatient services, with the resultant out-of-hours safety and security issues, together with the condition of the estate, the midwife-led birthing unit was transferred to the unit at St Michael's in Braintree. So that's another domino that tumbles. Then, of course, you've got all the inpatient services gone, so why are you providing outpatient services? So now we've got the very vague proposal to transfer outpatient services to unspecified locations in and around Maldon. But the elephant in the room is the decision to close St Peter's. And Dr. Levin is very clear about this. In the pre-consultation business case, page 49 of 128, there's a decision tree, which is a 6-stage flowchart looking at options for, in this case, stroke rehab. Step 1 says, does the option use St Peter's? If yes, eliminate. So basically, step 1, does it consider St Peter's? Get rid of it. St Peter's was ruled out right from the start. So that decision must have been taken in the summer or autumn of 2023-2024. The task force that worked on this has been at work since the summer of 2023, but the business case, as others have said, has only just been published. It was led by clinicians, and they considered a whole set of options. None of them involved continuing the use of St Peter's Hospital, as its condition was considered to be unsuitable for continued use for inpatients, section 5.2.5. So basically, you've got a track where clinicians are ruling out St Peter's, and there does not seem to have been any consultation with the public. Now, in case you come back on that, it does mention in this document that there was some reaching out to a total of 290 people. Because, as Councillor Fittig has pointed out, the East of England Senate Council had some criticisms about the process, and they said extensive public consultation and engagement may have been helpful. The ICB's response is that they met with Healthwatch. They did 2 different surveys on a virtual views platform, whatever that is, and reached a further 120 people via survey groups online or in person. So it's 170 on the virtual views, 120 on survey groups, which apparently includes the Blackwater Patient Participation Group and the Maldon Stroke Group, although nobody I've reached out to remembers this. But hey, it says it's available as part of the appendices, but I can't find it in the appendices. So much for that. So also, if a consultation has been carried out, why is it called a pre-consultation business case? So the decision to close St Peter's was taken before this consultation started. Dr. Levin's third point, out of this 5, by the way, third point is that St Peter's Hospital appears to have been deliberately allowed to run down. If that had not been the case, the faulty roofs would have been dealt with at a manageable cost, preventing disruption and damage caused by water ingress. And part of the pre-consultation business case, and I don't know, yes, it is visible, is this little table. The columns to the right show the other community hospitals, and they're RAG rated according to the state of various indicators. The one on the left is St Peter's, and it's all red and amber. The only green elements there are actually to do with IT systems and telephony, the availability of couriers and patient transport accessibility. So the ICB would say, well, that proves the case, we should close St Peter's. Now, as a former principal responsible for an estate that had maybe 8 or 9 blocks, all of which had separate building condition surveys from time to time, I would conclude 2 things for that. One would be, I would order the immediate evacuation of this building because it would be a danger to my staff and students. And the other thing I would think would be, how on earth did I let it get to this state? Another element of perhaps confused thinking is in the pre-consultation business case, page section 8.1.5, it says there are proposals to develop new primary care hubs in North and South Maldon. Well, we've already heard that a new GP facility on the Westcombe Park estate does not a health hub make. It's just a focus for GPs. The latter offering the long-term, so this is the South Maldon one, the latter offering the long-term option of accommodating outpatient and some diagnostic services as well as local general practices. However, plans for the South Maldon development intended for Wick Hill are at an early stage and it will be some years before they come to fruition. Well, at the moment, it's looking like decades because this is the very development that's been discussed for a very, very long time indeed. But there seems to have been a false assumption that something would turn up during this pre-consultation business case. Point 4 in Dr. Levin's critique, no one seems to have asked, what do we see if we look at St Peter's Hospital building and site as an opportunity? And my friends from the previous presentation, particularly Les, were very eloquent about that. It appears, Dr. Levin says, that the minds of the management of the MSc NHS Foundation Trust have been closed to possibilities other than complete shutdown of the hospital. It may be that lay members of the trust board were unwilling to challenge the clinicians, and the absence of open-mindedness as to the hospital's future is perhaps suggestive of weak management on the part of the ICB. Point 5, the members of the task force have not properly understood the role of intermediate care in community hospitals. Community hospitals are not just elements in a spectrum, as the business case describes them, section 3.2.2. Rather, they provide essential stages for patients in a process, their care journey, the transition from the acute hospital where they have been treated to their home or other place of residence. I don't profess to be an expert on this. I bow to my friend in Cornwall. But closeness to home and the sense of being on the journey there play a crucial part in keeping up patients' morale and keeping their need for institutional care at bay. And you've heard today many eloquent testimonies about that. Dr. Levin also looked at the age profile of this area and felt that it particularly put in question the model that the board had adopted in terms of where they felt this care should be located. So, where do we go from here? Well, you know, I feel a lot of sympathy for you guys on that side of the table, but let's face it, this whole process could have been very, very different if this had been a genuine consultation from the start that looked at the substantive issue of the future of St. Peter's and invited the community as mature people with local knowledge to contribute. It could have been so different. As Dr. Levin says, there's a wide gulf between the people running the current public involvement in events who insist that the proposals up for discussion are no more than proposals, and the clinicians operating behind the scenes in the task force who very early in the decision-making process ruled out any options that would make use of St. Peter's Hospital. There has to be more to public participation than inviting lay people to have your say after critical decisions have already been taken. If you get a hostile reception, be aware of the reasons for it and be prepared to go back to the drawing board. You need to take the public with you in your thinking. Most people understand dilemmas and will appreciate the difficulties you face. But if you ask them to rubber stamp decisions that you have already taken, expect to be challenged.
Councillor Spenceley, just interestingly, before we open this up to questions, obviously what you've done is you've provided effectively a critique. But is there, taking that aside, are there any specific things that you think that the panel should actually be considering from the perspective of influencing their decision making? No,
well,
don't misunderstand. I think the council knows what I'm referring to.
Yeah. I feel that we are in the midst of a process that has come off the rails. I think it started for the ICB in the public meeting which I attended. I think, first of all, there was never going to be a public meeting in Maldon, which was a big miscalculation. It was only pressure from the MP and the Mayor and the Town Council that produced a consultation, a public meeting in Maldon. I think it was very clear that ICB reps were taken aback by the strength and vehemence of the public response. There have been responses since which the ICB could argue is them being flexible, like extending the consultation and belatedly reaching out to specific community groups. These have been triggered by specific representations from people. We heard about the ableist approach that was initially adopted, various other things. So there has been some response, but again, that's evidence that it was ill thought out, rushed, didn't follow proper process. I feel the timescale has been governed by a national election rather than a mature consideration of how a major development like this can be approached. I would go back to the drawing board. I really think we're in a position where the actual issue at stake has not been part of the consultation, and I question the legitimacy of the consultation process on that basis. There are many other flaws which people have eloquently portrayed today.
Okay, thanks. Any questions? No? No.
Can I just say the report can be found... Oh, sorry. Well, if I just give the address of the report, because you will want to know where the text is. It's on Dr. Levin's website, which is SPR4, that's number 4, cornwall.net. So it's SPR4cornwall.net. Thank you.
Thank you for your really comprehensive report. It's just a point of process, really, in terms of Dr. Peter Levin, a social researcher. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that. So obviously sounds like an expert in his field. Is this published material? Did you approach as a commissioned piece, or is this something that came with correspondence? And
it's a bit of pro bono work on his part. I emailed him when I saw his report on the closure of the hospital in St Ives, and said, can you give me some advice? This looks a very similar case to ours. And he responded almost immediately and said, yes, it does look very similar. Please give me links to any documents associated with this, and I'll give you some feedback. And he very kindly wrote this report. So essentially his website is regularly updated with reports on various aspects of NHS activity, particularly in Cornwall. But I think he sees this as really something that strengthens the case for what's happening there as well. And I think he's reaching out to the Community Hospitals Association, I don't know if and NHS England, sort of raising this as an issue as well.
And he's a social researcher.
Yeah, he was a former lecturer at London School of Economics, retired.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
As a really helpful with your correspondence there. I mean, obviously make that available so we can study that in depth, which it sounds like you've tried to do for us today.
No problem. Thank you.
I've got a question. Dr. Levine, as a social researcher, are you aware whether or not he's got any practiced law in the consultation field?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. All right. Okay. I just going to, as a comment, I would say that if he hasn't engaged specialist consultation lawyers like someone like Peter Edwards from Capsticks or somebody of that sort, I find that what I read of that, I didn't think it was very strong. I didn't think it was accurate. And I think he really should have sense-checked what he wanted to write there with a proper lawyer who practices in consultation law.
Okay, well, any advice on specialist consultation lawyers would be very welcome to us. I'm not sure if we could afford their fees, but I have dabbled in that myself, looking at a law briefing, and you can perhaps help me here, because in terms of predetermination, the briefing I read said that there should be an open mind, but the consulting body can have a preference. So they can have a preference for a solution, but their understanding of the law is that it should not. So an open mind is not an empty mind. So clearly the ICB will have in mind their preferred solution. But the term that this lawyer used was that the door should be ajar so that other possibilities are open. Now, the impression I get here is that the door is not ajar, it's shut and it's triple locked. And, I bow to your much greater knowledge of consultation law on that one.
Well, I mean, I'm going to say something I think that I appreciate because of the sentiment and the feelings here, that maybe what I'm going to say, I'll probably get shouted down, but I think the fact that they're holding this type of event is part of that door being ajar. I mean,
Well, no, hang on, guys. In fairness, I think our chair has been a good chair, and I've read his record, and from what I've read, that you actually worked for a charity that helps Israelis and Palestinians to reconcile, so you must have pretty good track record.
I found his Shalom Shalom, yeah.
There we go, right. So clearly you've got a track record of conciliation and independence. So I think the proof will be in that point 4 of the Gunning Principles. What will the ICB do with the feedback that we've given them?
And I think it's really important because when we don't like proposals, all right, what we forget is that it is actually the judiciary who determine the Gunning principle, whether the Gunning principles have been applied, not me, not anybody else. It's for the courts to decide that at the end of the day. And, my experience of doing it is that the views of the courts can be much broader than we would like to sometimes think when we don't like the proposals. Their views can be quite broad, and they're ever changing.
Has the trust taken legal advice on the consultation process, and will they publish that? Because you, sir, as independent chairman of the trust, have gone further than you should have done.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
I like your response.
For 50 years, his main research has been government planning and policy making. He has released books of the government and planning process in 1976, planning of new towns and town expansion schemes in the 60s, and making social policy, the mechanisms of government and politics, and how to investigate them. That was in 1997. He's also was on the committee of the West Cornwall Healthwatch, voluntary independent campaigning Healthwatch dog that's been serving West Cornwall since 1997. Monitors develops and campaigns to safeguard and improve services provided in West Cornwall by the National Health Service.
Yeah, and I don't debate his credentials in social research. Yeah, I don't debate it. Okay, so are we concluded? Anything further you'd like to add, Councillor?
No, fine.
No?
Thank you.
Okay, brilliant stuff. Okay, in that case, thank you very much for what you've provided today. So, my job now is simply to wrap up, effectively speaking. I mean, we've heard a lot of views today, many of which have had common themes. A lot of the themes that we've heard about today revolve around things like the importance of preserving facilities within Maldon itself, all right? The importance of understanding the implications of moving them from outside this area, or the further away, the worse, particularly for transport access. And we've heard a lot of information statistically and on access basis about how difficult it would be for people to access services elsewhere. The point of this particular session that we've done today is that what you have submitted, both within your written submission elements and together with what you've done today on camera, is now going to be summarised and looked at. It will be analysed. It will be put into feedback, and it will be part of consideration in order to support decision making. But there is still time, and there are still a couple of weeks left for this consultation to run as things stand. So many of you may have heard new information, may have heard interesting things that you think you want to explore a bit further and amend contributions or add to them. So you still have time to do so. And for people watching online and people who have been in the audience here today who haven't made submissions yet, you still have time to do so. All right? Just to go back to the gunning principles that the councillor drew up, part of conscientious consideration is to properly consider submissions. All right, and there's the Kohler case of 2018 provides that as an example, and I think that there is a commitment here to take these submissions and analyse them deeply and utilise them as part of a decision-making process. I cannot tell you what the conclusions will be, and I would hazard a guess and say, regardless of the implications of some of the things that people have said, that the panel themselves will say to you that they don't know what the conclusions are going to be yet. All right, but there is the process to continue. And from your perspective, you will want to watch that process, and you will no doubt have a critique of it, because that's what we all do. So it leaves me just to thank all of you who've made the contributions, all right? Don't be deterred by the nature of these processes. Keep it coming, okay? And if you feel that, I mean, some of you have already been asked by the panel that whether or not you'd be prepared to have a further dialogue. If any of you feel that you'd like a dialogue, make the request. I'm sure you'll be listened to if you want to do that. Okay? So, I think that this event has concluded. I wish you all a very good evening and a safe journey home. Well, here's hoping that the next time that it's under better circumstances for you. All right? So thank you all very much. I think you should give yourselves a round of applause for your contributions.